rate of Ghana. These are countries that we very close to us on the same level will grow at 6.4%. Here we are, Ghana 4.8, and adding an additional 50 billion in expenditure, you are growing at 4.9. When half year you claim you are doing 6.3. Mr. Speaker, the numbers are not telling that story. It is not adding up. So, Mr. Speaker, if you tell Ghanaians that this budget is focused on growth, and yet your growth numbers, what you are hoping to achieve with all the inputs that you are putting in, clearly there is something wrong and they ought to recheck the numbers again. Mr. Speaker, but you must ask yourself, why do we see a dip in industry numbers? Industry fell from 7.1% to 3.2%. Mr. Speaker, do you know why? It is because of the 1D, 1F that has been cancelled and other growth opportunities that have been taken away from the budget that needed to be continued to make sure that we propel the growth that we had already begun, because we closed growth at 5.7 in 2024. So, Mr. Speaker, it is the numbers that they have channeled that I'm speaking to. Yes. And so our majority leader will note that it is the numbers in the book that we are speaking to. And Mr. Speaker, let me also look at, let's look at infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the reason why we are not seeing that growth is because of infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, every infrastructure is infrastructure. So that you cannot tell us that the Accra-Kumasi road will be done in 2027 and that you have funds to do other equally important roads that you haven't even begun. But here we are, the Accra-Kumasi road. People take 8 good hours from Accra to Kumasi. Lots of working time, business time, economic time, Mr. Speaker. And so we have Accra Kumasi. It is to a certain rate. And we are asking, every infrastructure is infrastructure. Why don't you complete that one? And yet you are asking us, you will do so in 2027, Mr. Speaker. If this budget is a budget of growth, then they should look at this, because it is also very, very important. Mr. Speaker, one other thing that the teaming youth keep asking, not where is the 24-hour economy you promised us? You promised Ghanaians 1 job, 3 people, 3 shifts. You promised Ghanaians 1 job, 3 people, 3 shifts. Where is it? Clearly, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the funding in the budget, on one page it says 90 million. On another page it says 110 million. So this is what I'm speaking to. Even the numbers in the budget are not adding up. Mr. Speaker, if this is dear to your heart and the theme of your budget is growth, jobs and economic transformation, and the 24-hour economy which says 1 job, 3 people, 3 shifts, you are putting just 110 million or 90 million, then clearly you are just speaking to it and not actually making sure that it happens. Mr. Speaker, here we are, we claim, we all see the menace of Galamsey. But Mr. Speaker, it also has to do with the issue of joblessness. In as much as we're trying to reduce the menace of Galamsey, Mr. Speaker, the youth were promised jobs. The youth were promised jobs. So, Mr. Speaker, I expect us to do more. And if the theme of the budget says growth, jobs and economic transformation, then the numbers here are not telling that story. Because after all said and done, it is the numbers, it is the money, the allocation that you put into it that will see to the implementation of your policy. So, Mr. Speaker, that has also been found wanting. And then, Mr. Speaker, there's another important thing that I believe that we should all have our minds to. Mr. Speaker, that has to do with the fight against illegal mining, popularly known as Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, in the same budget, paragraph 1009, the minister said that the devastation caused by illegal mining has gone far beyond economics. It threatens our survival. That is what the minister said. It threatens our survival. So, Mr. Speaker, if something threatens your survival, what are you supposed to do? You are supposed to fight it to make sure you survive. And how can you fight it when with a ministry of 2.1 billion budget, you only give the agency to fight it 150 million Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker? 150 million Ghana cedis out of the 2.1 billion budget given to the Ministry of Lands and Forestry. Mr. Speaker, when I compare it to the total budget, when you take out your compensation and you compare it to the total budget, 150 million, you compare it to the total budget, the contribution is 0.003%. 0.003%, Mr. Speaker. So how can you say that it goes beyond economics and it threatens our survival? If you put such an amount in there, are you telling Ghanaians that you are fighting it, or you are just putting out words and playing with Ghanaians? Mr. Speaker, like I said, the Galamsey issue also has to do with jobs. And so we were thinking that beyond that, government was going to put some monies into the alternative livelihoods so that you can take them off the Galamsey and find some jobs for them to do. Mr. Speaker, in this same budget, you look at the monies that were allocated to the alternative livelihoods, just 35 million Ghana cedis. Just 1% of the 2.1 billion Ghana cedis under Ministry of Lands and Forestry. Now, Mr. Speaker, we all know, the minister has also quoted, that this threatens our survival. Our major rivers are recording very high turbidity levels, and which is far above the WHO guidelines for safe drinking water. Our rivers are polluted and they are poisoned. Mr. Speaker, the media reports that there's rising still beds, there's increased cancer and chronic diseases, farmlands rendered sterile, and fish stocks shrinking and malformed, Mr. Speaker. And so if you say that it threatens our survival, I don't expect you to put 0.003% of the total budget into something that threatens your survival. Mr. Speaker, the Galamsey menace is a war. If it's a war, then this budget, Mr. Speaker, this budget is telling us that it's like we are in a battlefield with plastic chairs instead of armors to fight and make sure we win this. Because if you send 150, which is 7% of the total budget of the Ministry of Lands and Forestry, and 0.003%, then clearly it is not a matter of survival. It is just a matter of words. Words, fluffy words, that don't have any meaning. But Mr. Speaker, we need to rise above that. This is hurting us, this is killing us, this is poisoning our food. And so we need to do something more than that. I expect that before we approve this budget and pass appropriation, the minister would have amended the monies given to fight Galamsey and also to improve on the alternative livelihoods of people who are weaned off Galamsey. Yeah. That is when you can tell me that this is really threatening our survival, and so you're doing something about it. But Mr. Speaker, all said and done, I believe that we should have a Galamsey emergency program with real financing. Because even Mr. Speaker, let me quote one thing that President Mahama said on the 3rd of October 2025. He said that Ghana needs a substantially bigger budget than what is currently available if the country is to win the fight against illegal mining. This was on 3rd of October. The budget was taken to cabinet. President Mahama got the opportunity to view the budget, and he knew how much was going to be used to fight Galamsey. Because of what he said, that we need a substantially bigger budget, I was expecting that he advises the minister to put in more than he has put in the budget for Galamsey. So, Mr. Speaker, I am asking, I'm proposing, and I believe that it is the wish, it is the heart desire of our citizens out there that we come up with a Galamsey emergency program with real financing, so that, Mr. Speaker, we will be able to address this menace. It is killing us, it is hurting us, and that will come back to hurt the economy. It will move beyond the economic to us, our survival. So, Mr. Speaker, I would ask of you that the House will agree with me that it is something we should do. But all said and done, one last thing I want to put on record is that, Mr. Speaker, I am happy with the value for money the value for money office that they want, the minister wants to set. But I want to advise him. PPA is already doing that. PPA has that mandate. So why set up another office, incur more costs? The whole idea is very good. Mr. Speaker, that whole idea of value for money office is very, very good. But Mr. Speaker, there is already an office set up for this. Transformation does not mean new offices. Transformation also means building their capacity, giving them what they ought to be given so that they can fight some of these things. I understand the minister.
Honourable member, conclude.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, it's now the turn of Honourable Richard Acheampong. Honourable Richard Acheampong, you have 15 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to comment on the budget statement presented by the Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, in this country, when Galamsey is mentioned, the only community that comes to mind is Atiwa. So if the MP for Atiwa is admonishing all of us to fight Galamsey, I do understand her, because she's a living witness of Galamsey activities. So government will do whatever it is to fight the menace so that at least we'll protect our forest bodies and then we'll protect our water bodies. So by the end of the day, all of us become witness of whatever we want to do. Mr. Speaker, the minister requested us to approve the budget for him with a revenue projection of 269 billion as against an expenditure of 302 billion. And I heard my friends say that they are going to tell us our record. And when COVID struck, we were comparing numbers in the sub-region. And they told us we shouldn't compare numbers in the sub-region. But today, they found convenience and tell us the numbers in the sub-region. I refer the House to Table 5 of the budget. Mr. Speaker, David, the former minister is aware we used to attend one meetings for this convergence criteria to fight so that by the end of the day we get a single currency in the sub-region. Many economies, many countries cannot meet the criteria. If the economy is not doing well, why can Ghana alone achieve about 99% of the convergence criteria? I refer you to Table 5, Mr. Speaker. The first item is budget deficit. The target is 3%. We are doing 2.3%. We have achieved that. The second one is inflation. The target is 5%. At the time of preparing this budget, we were doing 18.7%. Mr. Speaker, central bank budget deficit. The target is 10% central bank financing. We are doing zero financing, zero. Whereas our brothers pump about 60 billion Ghana cedis from central bank to finance government activities. That's why they run at a loss. So if a government can achieve this criteria, you are saying the government is not doing well. Mr. Speaker, let's look at our performance as against what they left us in 2024. Mr. Speaker, the annual inflation in year 2024 was 23.8%. By October ending, we recorded 8%. Fiscal balance, percentage of GDP, Mr. Speaker, on commitment basis. MPP left at negative 7.9. We are reporting 1.5%. Primary balance as a percentage, they did negative 3%. We are doing positive 1.6%. I'm coming to the cash. The first commitment. And I'm coming to the cash. Mr. Speaker, Honourable Kojo Aponkroma is not comfortable with the numbers. Book no lie. Book no lie. Mr. Speaker, The next item, primary balance on cash basis, they did negative 1.2%. We are doing positive 0.7%. Public debt, as a percentage of our GDP, you did 61.8%. Today, we are reporting 45%. Mr. Speaker, current account balance, as a percentage of GDP, MPP left at 2%. We have done 4.3%.
Madam, don't go.
Trade balance, Honorable, sit down. Come and sit down and listen to the numbers. Trade balance, Mr. Speaker, they left at 3.8. We are doing 7.4. Gross reserve, they did 9 billion. We are doing 11.4 billion. The last one, Mr. Speaker, gross international reserve, they only left at 4 months. We are doing 4.8. And you are saying you have a record to compare to this record?
No.
You just exited power. Just sit back and reflect on your bad performance. You left us in the mess. And you have a finance minister who is fixing this mess for you. Instead of all of us coming together to support the honorable finance minister to achieve all the set targets, you are so confused, you are not comfortable, and you don't want to support the government.
You are mesmerized.
There must be a paradigm shift. Forget about this opposition style. We've been there before. We've been there before. We are not behaving like we are behaving. Mr. Speaker, so with the revenue that the minister talked about, where are we going to get the money from? He has put in place revenue measures where to rake in more resources for our national development. The minister talked about tax reforms. And these tax reforms alone, Mr. Speaker, is going to put 5.7 billion Ghana cedis into the pocket of individuals and businesses. Mr. Speaker, the zero rating that the minister talks about in respect of the textile industry is going to protect about 2,000 jobs. And if 2,000 jobs are protected, we are going to create wealth for the people, they are going to support their families, and they in turn will pay taxes to the state. So these are positive measures put in place in this budget. What we need from our brothers is that come and let's support the budget so that by the end of the day, if you go to the pump to buy fuel, if you go to the market, nobody will ask you for a political party card. But where did you leave it? Mr. Speaker, the VAT registration threshold has been increased from 200,000 to 750,000. What it means is that the petty traders, the SMEs, they can also operate with that, going through that process. So that burden has been taken off from their shoulders. It will make them get more resources, pump back their money into their businesses, increase productivity, create more jobs. So by the end of the day, the economy will expand. So these are the measures the minister has put in place to help all of us. But Mr. Speaker, the minister made a statement, and I want to refer the House to paragraph 53 of the document. These are some of the things we want to hear, so that all of us will support the minister to succeed. Mr. Speaker, with the indulgence, I want to read what the minister said. Paragraph 53 at page 10. Mr. Speaker, these targets were not mere statistics. They were a solemn pledge to the Ghanaian people that this government will transform stability into progress and prudence into prosperity. They represented our shared belief that discipline management and social protection can go hand in hand. Mr. Speaker, you can't give what you don't have. I hear my people say the minister is not spending. The minister is not spending. But all statutory payments have been made. All statutory payments have been made. You cut your coat according to your clothes. So, Mr. Speaker, unlike our friends, when they went to the Eurobond market, borrowed $3 billion, they came and then organized Kenke Party. We had a finance minister, after presenting the budget, paraded all the staff at Ministry of Finance just to cheer him up. Is that a prudent way of managing such resources?
He levy cake.
And you have a minister so prudent and disciplined And you have to put your money where your mouth is. So the minister is spending on priority areas: education, health, and other social intervention. Mr. Speaker, I was happy to hear the minister to deploy digital solutions for cross-border transactions and trade. Mr. Speaker, a lot of under-invoicing, smuggling are ongoing. Yesterday, I sat in a meeting, and some under declaration that they did misclassifications amounted to about $31 billion. Let's say SN rate is 12 Ghana cedis. Multiply 31 billion by 12. And Mr. Speaker, we go to IMF to borrow $3 billion. And these leakages are going on. So you have a minister who has taken the trouble upon himself to do all these things to make sure that we rake in more revenue. This is something we need to support in the budget. I was happy to hear Honorable Abdullah say that he's in love with the value for money office that the minister is setting up. Mr. Speaker, I remember the Finance Committee gave an approval of a facility, Takoradi Market. We requested for the value for money report. They said, oh, after the approval, we'll bring the report because we give instruction to the consultant to work on it. It took us more than 1 year, we didn't get the report. So we had to go to site and inspect the progress of work. After asking them, they said they've received the report and they made savings of $3 million. And we asked them, what are we using the money for? And then they are going to expand the scope of the project. The question is, either they expanded the scope or not, I cannot tell.
They didn't.
But now, we are putting up the office. The office will do all the necessary vetting before approval is given, so that all of us will be clear in our minds that if you are going to construct 30 stores, this is the money that you have to use to construct the 30 stores. So when a situation whereby they appear before committees, you give them the money, they go and the report would never come back to the House for members to see either we are getting value for money of what we are doing. Mr. Speaker, if we're able to plug all these loopholes, there is no need going to IMF to borrow money. Yes. We have a lot of resources, but corruption and wastage is what is killing this country. So it's about time we come together as a people to fight all these things. Mr. Speaker, when corruption is mentioned, everybody will be pointing hands to a politician, members of parliament. Meanwhile, we don't have a budget. We don't sign contracts. The very people who are indulging in corrupt practices are out there. But we are here fighting each other. Instead of bringing our fine ideas together to deal with the situation, because we are in opposition, you don't want the government to succeed. By the end of the day, all this success story that we are telling ourselves, all of us are benefiting from it. All of us. The good administration, the good management of the economy, now that the dollar is 12, are you not benefiting? In November last year, Mr. Speaker, when we were going for elections, a friend borrowed $10,000 from somebody in the US. When the money was transferred, he got 170,000 Ghana cedis. Today, when dollar came to 10.8, the guy needed only 110,000 to pay the debt. Look at the service. Without doing any work, because of the prudent management of the economy, this guy has saved about 70,000 Ghana cedis. You don't like this, what do you want again? And you are saying you pump more money into the economy. You did it and it didn't get any results. And somebody is doing it in a refined way. And we have seen the benefits. And you don't want to accept this. The Ghanaian people have endorsed it. And this budget has gotten 82% approval from the public.
Except MPP.
82% approval. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a budget and this is a living document that will stand a test of time. And it's going to benefit all of us. So the question is, what is the result of all these things put together in this budget? The minister is saying the result is strong economic growth, falling inflation, a stronger CD, improved external buffers, fiscal discipline restore, investor confidence restore, lower borrowing, debt reduction from 61% to 45%. social protection expansion, and 24-hour economy policy launch. I had the Honorable Ayabna ask, where is 24-hour economy? 24-hour economy is on a standalone project. 24-hour economy is not an office. It is ongoing. The policy has been launched. The policy has been launched. And go to the passport office. Go to passport office. Go to DVLA. It's ongoing. So nobody should expect 24-hour economy as a building standalone project. No, it is a policy.
Honourable member,
it is not
conclude.
any caricature. Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I'll call our colleagues. They are happy within themselves. Yes. But it's difficult for them to voice out. It's difficult for them because they have been whipped. Yes. Look at how some have been looking this morning. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a budget of hope. Yes. This is a budget which is giving us an inspiration. Yes. So we need to support the minister to succeed. Yes. And if he succeeds, all of us.
Honourable members, it's now the turn of Honourable Dr. Gideon Boaku. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given to me to contribute to the debate on the 2026 budget estimates as presented by the Finance Minister in line with the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, at a glance, the budget provides clarity in some aspects with prospects for growth. However, there are gray areas that need serious consideration. Mr. Speaker, I can see that the 2026 budget is trying to do something different from the 2025 budget by introducing some efficiency measures in the administration of tasks in the country with the introduction of AI-powered systems at the port. Mr. Speaker, this is a good thing, and it reinforces the fact that digitalization is indeed the way to go for our country. Mr. Speaker, an efficient tax system is not the one with the highest incidence, but the one with the most effective systems. We should just make sure that the deployment of AI technology does not become another profiteering opportunity for nation wreckers through procurement loopholes and corruption. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister in the presentation of the 2025 budget assumed a certain posturing to impugn and make mockery of his predecessors because they missed some targets during their budget presentation. Today, barely a year down the line, how does Minister Atuforsen feel when he has also significantly missed most of his micro-fiscal targets as they were the projections in the 2025 budget? At least, it is estimated that about 50% of the projections in the 2025 budget were missed. Mr. Speaker, even in areas where the government was able to meet the set targets, there are significant foundational errors that ought to be probed. Take, for instance, the area of inflation. Mr. Speaker, by April 2014, in line with the Standard Credit Facility Agreement between the Government of Ghana and the IMF, certain macro-fiscal programs had been put in place for inflation to peter out and end 2025 with a single digit. This was widely published and communicated by both the IMF and then the Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I must say that it is refreshing that this government has stayed put with that arrangement by the previous government, and today we have single-digit inflation. I am sure Minister Amin and Abna will be happy that the seed they sowed and watered has germinated into this single-digit inflation that we are witnessing today. Despite this development, Mr. Speaker, I have some worries about some of the tools deployed by the current government to enhance the single-digit inflation, and this holds serious consequences for the economy and individuals. I dare say, Mr. Speaker, per the arrangements that were put in place by the previous government, we were still going to achieve single-digit inflation if this government had not deployed these tools. Mr. Speaker, what are the tools I'm talking about? The government deployed two main tools in 2025 to enhance the attainment of the single-digit inflation. One is the sterilization mechanism from the monetary policy side by Bank of Ghana, and two is the excessive fiscal consolidation by the Ministry of Finance, anchored on delayed payments and arrests, just to let the books look good. Mr. Speaker, what do we say when we mean sterilization? Sterilization simply means that this government assumed that there was so much money in the pockets of the Ghanaian people, and therefore decided to siphon all these monies back into the Bank of Ghana, depriving households of potential disposable income and increased consumption. This is what the minister did. Mr. Speaker, if we read the budget statement, paragraph 248, the minister states, and I quote, "To contain monetary policy expansion, the Bank of Ghana intensified open market operations in alignment with its disinflation objectives. Growth in net domestic assets was curtailed through enhanced stabilization and reductions in net claims on government." Mr. Speaker, this is so interesting. The minister states a total of 62 billion cedis was sterilized year on year through open market operations from Ghana. Mr. Speaker, what this effectively means is that 62 billion cedis that should have been available in the pockets of the ordinary Ghanaians for spending on the markets have been siphoned back to central bank by depriving the people that opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the interesting thing is that next month, December, Christmas is coming, and I can bet you, Mr. Speaker, that with this activity by the central bank, traders will just be sitting by their produce in the scorching sun of Okashi Market, in the scorching sun of Kumasi Central Market, in the scorching sun of Makola and elsewhere. People will just be passing by without purchasing anything. Why? This is going to happen because 62 billion cedis that should have gone into the market, into the pockets of people, this government has siphoned all those monies back into the central bank because of sterilization. Mr. Speaker, traders are going to be worse off this Christmas, and that is going to have serious consequences on the economy. Mr. Speaker, come to think of it, has anybody thought about the fact why is it that we have single-digit inflation, yet there is food glut on the market? With many other commodities, people are not buying. Meanwhile, most of these goods, which are normal goods, have income elasticities of demand in the positive. And therefore, as income increases, people will buy. We are having single-digit inflation, and yet people are not buying because there is no money in the pockets of people. All of these monies have been siphoned through stabilization to the central bank. Mr. Speaker, the other thing that this government has done, which is also so dangerous, is the excessive fiscal consolidation. Mr. Speaker, this is what the minister calls fiscal discipline. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, when your incompetencies combine with poor revenue measures and you are unable to execute your budget, you don't call that fiscal discipline. Rather, this is fiscal indiscipline. Whatever you presented to Parliament and was approved for you, you must spend it. If you don't spend, it is not discipline. That is indiscipline. And the minister should know that. Mr. Speaker, what the finance minister has done ultimately is to cut the fiscal expenditure, reduce the fiscal burden by cutting the fiscal expenditure. And so today, Mr. Speaker, if you read the budget, the goods and services budget was cut by 44%, from 5.1 billion to 3.8 billion between quarter 1 and quarter 3. Capital expenditure was cut by 66%. Approved capital expenditure was 1.5% of GDP. The minister did only 0.5%. Total expenditure on commitment basis reduced from 207 billion to 175 billion. The promised 50 million for Women Development Bank never materialized. The promised 100 billion for CODES program never materialized. Mr. Speaker, from this significant shortfalls, and the outturn in the program expenditure for 2025, all that it means is that resources were not delivered to the intended priority areas for the growth of this economy. By so doing, we are impoverishing the people of this country, and that is why people are suffering and people cannot also buy. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore not surprising that as the minister was reading the budget, if you look inside this chamber, his own ministers were not happy with him because the minister is not spending. The minister is not spending. How can your ministers be happy with you when you promise you are going to release 13 billion cedis for Big Push and you ended up doing less than that? Although the minister had stated falsely in one of the paragraphs that he used 63 billion cedis for Big Push. How can you do that when appropriation granted you only 13 billion cedis? You come to this chamber and tell us that you spent more than the appropriation. This is wholly untrue. It is important, Mr. Speaker, that as I conclude, I want to remind the Minister for Finance that the best ship is not the one that is designed and anchored at the port. The best ship is the one that is set sail, as it's been said in Latin, vela demus. We want the minister to set this country on sail for proper development and for proper economic emancipation, and not the galamsey economy and the galamsey budget that we are delivering for.
Honourable members, it's now the turn of Honourable Eric Afful. 15 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you so much for the opportunity to contribute to the 2026 budget statement and economic policy of the government. Mr. Speaker, this is the second budget statement of our government. And for that matter, let me commend His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for giving us the 2024 manifesto, the People's Manifesto in this country, which we have expression of some of the provisions, almost all in the medium-term expenditure framework, which is being expressed in various budgets. That is 2025 budgets and the 2026 budget pending. And future budgets, we also have expression of these provisions in it. This is to say that, Mr. Speaker, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is not only a truthful president, is a reliable president and a trustworthy president. The manifesto gave NDC a vote difference of 1.7 million people voted for the NDC. So we are going to use the manifesto within our regime. Mr. Speaker, going to the theme for the budget statement 2026, the Speaker, I read, resetting for growth, jobs, and economic transformation. The Speaker, it is true that with a 10-month journey in 2025, there has been a transformation in economic recovery in this country, and everyone is attesting to this fact. Mr. Speaker, when you go through the budget statement, it will tell you that all the macroeconomic indicators that we set were not only met, but they overperformed. They overperformed. Mr. Speaker, the entire economy grew by 6.3%. It's a fact. These figures are not from NDC headquarters. It is from the Ministry of Finance, a nation's ministry. Mr. Speaker, the GDP, as I've said, the non-oil GDP grew by 7.8%. Mr. Speaker, in the budget, it was 4.8% in 2025. So it's overperformed. Mr. Speaker, as said by most of the previous speakers, the inflation rate, we set a target of 11.9%. That's the target. And what do we have today? As at October, it's 8%. This is remarkable. You should applaud this government. Mr. Speaker, going to the food inflation in 2017 or 2024 was 27.8%. Mr. Speaker, dropped down to 9.5%. Food inflation in this country. You know what food inflation does in this country. So we are going forward. Mr. Speaker, non-food inflation also dropped. These are the figures I'm giving you. From 20.3% in 2024 fiscal year to only 6.9% as of last month. So what are we talking about? Mr. Speaker, let me go to gross international reserves. This is very, very, very necessary. In assessing an economy, gross international reserves is very, very necessary. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, the gross national reserve stands at $11.12 billion. And it's about 4.8 months of import cover. If you want to compare what MPP left, it was around 8.98 billion. And it was about 4.0 import cover. So you see the vast difference, the vast positive variation that NDC is bringing on board. Mr. Speaker, the rail sector performance was also remarkable. Agriculture sector grew by 6%. Talk about the industry, also grew by 8.8%. So these are certain facts that you can come out of it and say that the economy is going through a better transformation and recovery. Mr. Speaker, let me lay more emphasis on public debt development. It's very necessary. You left a debt overhang, even under rebasing, 726.7 billion as of December 2024, which gave us debt to GDP of 61.8%. What do we see today? Today, the debt overhang of Ghana within only 10 months is 63.2 billion, giving us a debt to GDP ratio of 45%. Wow. You know something? Now, let's talk about the net worth of Ghana. The net worth of Ghana. When you take the debt from the GDP that we have, what is Ghana? What is Ghana? Let me put on record that at your time, the debt to GDP ratio, when you convert into the net worth of your country, of our country, was about 38.2%. That was the worth of Ghana at that time. What do you say today? It's about 55%. Wow. Within only 10 months. So we are going through an economic recovery within the entire 10 months. Mr. Speaker, let me say that it is only the regime of the NDC that we have had a negative rate of debt accumulation. Only the NDC within the 10 months. We have, I'm repeating it, a negative rate of debt accumulation. In 2024, your debt accumulation was 19.1%. Now, as we speak today, the negative debt accumulation is about negative 13.3%. We are going back. So we should learn a lot of development that NDC is bringing on board. Mr. Speaker, this economy is going through what we call diversification. The traditional exports registered a surplus of $2.1 billion in the year under review. Mr. Speaker, these are a remarkable economic achievement. Mr. Speaker, let's look at our currency. Our currency, what is happening? When you say that at your regime, it was 17 cedis to $1, you contest. But as we speak today, the cedi to $1 now, what we found today is about 10.92 Ghana cedis. So this is a remarkable achievement. Mr. Speaker, what does this mean? What it means is that it helps people for proper economic planning. They plan their investment very well. It gives importers and businessmen a stable capital because the cedi is stable. Mr. Speaker, this economic achievement has not been only seen by Ghanaians, but international world. International world. Mr. Speaker, Fitch rated Ghanaian economy from restricted default to a B-. Let's know that. Moody's upgraded Ghanaian economy to CAA1. S&P raised Ghanaian economy to B- to B. These are economic achievements in this country. Mr. Speaker, IMF and the World Bank have also rated Ghanaian economy. Just ended annual program we had in Washington, D.C. They applauded Ghanaian economy as one of the fastest economies growing in this world. Mr. Speaker, let me switch to appropriation and expenditure. Mr. Speaker, it's on record that the government in 2026 budget has appropriated 357.1 billion for entire expenditure. In 2025, it was 293.1 billion. Mr. Speaker, this is achievement. We are increasing it up to about 64 billion to seek the welfare of Ghanaians so that we can improve the standard of living of Ghanaians in this country. Mr. Speaker, coming back to capital expenditure. Capital expenditure within the appropriation will be about 57.5 billion from 32.6 billion in 2025. Mr. Speaker, 4.3 billion allocation for road construction, 3.0 billion for construction of 10 kilometers, each in the selected 166 constituencies, which are in dire need of road. Mr. Speaker, we want to say that when we're able to spend this within the economy of Ghana, we are going to expand our economy so that there will be free flow of goods and services in the country. Mr. Speaker, the road construction is going to boost our economy very well because with the 30 billion that will go into the road construction for a big push, will connect all regional capitals in this country. Assuming all regional capitals are connected in this country, what will happen? Is going to increase the way and manner goods and services are transported within the country, therefore boosting up the economy of the country. Mr. Speaker, the rate of inflation, okay, let me this way. Mr. Speaker, there is something I want to correct. There was an issue in this country as a misconception from, especially our side, the other side, that the proposal of government spending about 9% to increase the remuneration of public workers by 9% is abysmal. Please, stop this. It won't help. The reason I'm saying this is that in determining the rate at which you increase salaries, remuneration in the country, you take a lot of factors into consideration. The first one is inflation. What is inflation in this country? It's 8%. Mr. Speaker, you also take the exchange rate into consideration. What is the exchange rate, especially the dollar-CD relationship in this country? How much is it you have today? Mr. Speaker, let me frank and put on record that under the watch of John Dramani Mahama, I'm repeating, under the watch of John Dramani Mahama, the President of the Republic will not sit down for this economy to crash again. To crash again. We will not sit down for this economy to crash again. Mr. Speaker, we will not sit down for unwarranted liquidity to be put into this economy, to crash this economy. We won't do that. Mr. Speaker, we won't go back to the previous years, the last 10 years, 2017 to 2024, whereby mismanagement, proper planning not in place, that gave inflation of 54.3%. We won't go there. We won't go there again. Mr. Speaker, we won't go to the situation whereby the public debt rose to 726.7 billion. We won't go there again. Mr. Speaker, to put on records, when you subtract 122 billion.
Honourable Member, conclude.
When you subtract 726.7 billion from 122 billion we left in 2016, what you added on alone was 604.7 billion. Within only 8 years. We won't.
Honourable members, I'm moving to my left. It's now the turn of Honourable Mahama Tia Abdul Kabiru. You have 10 minutes. Honourable member, you are speaking for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I listened with rapt attention and with bated breath when the minister responsible for finance came before this House to present the state of the economy. Mr. Speaker, I was hoping that the finance minister would fondle my heart, but he rather broke my heart. The finance minister failed to give hope to the good people of Ghana. The finance minister failed to speak to the needs of the people of Ghana. The finance minister failed to address the everyday concerns of the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, but before I even delve into the budget by the minister, this is House of Record, and people have channeled some figures and some facts, claim to be facts, of course, but they are not the facts. They claim that the government has done well, and they pride themselves in GDP growth. Mr. Speaker, they say that the GDP a half year is 6%, but they are not reminding this House that half year in 2024 we grew 7%. An economy that was badly managed in 2024 half year was growing 7%, and the turnaround is growing at 6%. Mr. Speaker, that is the record they say we should compare. Mr. Speaker, they are saying that they are projected to end the year around 5%. And when we ended the year at 5.7%, that is the record. So when you are talking about your achievement in respect of GDP growth, I will want you to hasten slowly because the data of this House and the record before this House does not support your own claim. Mr. Speaker, the measure about gross reserve ratio, and the last speaker before me was very emphatic that they were able to improve the gross international reserves. Mr. Speaker, we left them with 4 months of import cover in terms of the gross reserves ratio or gross international reserves. They have only done about 0.8 months of import cover. less than 1 month addition to the import cover. And they want us they want us in 10 months. You are not able to even do 1 month of import cover. You want us to praise. Mr. Speaker, they talk about net debt, debt accumulation, and that GDP to debt to GDP was around 61%, even with rebasing. And they have failed to even tell this House that they have done virtually nothing about our debt situation. Virtually nothing. The government has not done anything about the debt situation. What has culminated to the lower debt to GDP ratio is because, Mr. Speaker, we went into a DDP program. Mr. Speaker, we had a debt standstill. Mr. Speaker, we had bilateral and multilateral debt forgiveness. Mr. Speaker, we were able to renegotiate and send most of our obligation into the future. That is what caused the debt to GDP ratio to be down. Mr. Speaker, they talk about the fact that they are not borrowing, and that this is the only year we have net debt accumulation. In their own budget, Mr. Speaker, read page 185 to 197. In 2027, they are borrowing 8 billion. They are going to borrow another 8 billion in 2026 and another 9 billion in 2029 in that budget for your projects alone. And you want us to praise. Mr. Speaker, let me now come to the finance minister. The finance minister in this House in 2025 came to this House and told us that they were going to implement the Big Push program. They allocated an amount of 13 billion, Mr. Speaker, to the Big Push program. Mr. Speaker, half year they have done only 7 billion, about 54% of what they promised the people of Ghana. By the end of the year, they are saying they are going to do 10 billion in their budget. Mr. Speaker, this is far short of the glory of God, because the good people of Ghana has been blessed with resources. And that we expect the resources to be used in the benefit of the people. And they call that fiscal discipline, Mr. Speaker. That is fiscal indiscipline, Mr. Speaker. What do I say is fiscal indiscipline, Mr. Speaker? When a budget is approved for you, it is our expectation that you have thought through the budget, and that whatever you were proposing in the budget were supposed to help in developing the country. You can't come back to tell me that what you budgeted for was not relevant and that you are not spending on that. It speaks to your incompetence. If you come with a budget, it speaks to your incompetence if you come with a budget telling me that you are going to do ABC, and then turn around to say that I'm not going to spend on that. That is incompetence. Mr.
Yes,
Speaker.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we agreed not to interrupt debate, and so far it has been going well. I urge my honorable member for Wale Wale that as much as he has a right to be passionate, some words he should be careful.
Honorable Anodopre.
Speaker, I know you are paying rapt attention to the submission of members. And Speaker, knowing who you are, you will not allow what is wrong to pass. Granted that it was wrong, and the majority leader was actually drawing our attention. To describe your reign as incompetence, there's nothing wrong with that. Because the honorable member is on all fours. So, Majority Leader, let me appeal to you. Our colleagues are eager to speak. This is your point of order. The greatest of respect, please allow the Honorable Kabiru to flow. And especially when the man is in full flight. The man is in full flight, and the Majority Leader, he was in full flight, and the leader clearly is pouring cold water on the steam the member is flowing with. Let me plead with the Majority Leader.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, I hope you know and you can remember the former Agric Minister Honorable Akoto Afriye, once you can do that, let's make progress. Honorable Gideon Vaku, you have the floor. Honorable Kabiru, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May you live long. Kabiru, be in flight.
Mr. Speaker, I am happy that I am reminded, but for the lack of another word, I think incompetence describes adequately the conduct before this House and the budget presented by the Minister responsible for Finance. I have no other word to romanticize the word incompetence. I mean, romanticize the word incompetence. I will need a word for that, and if I will get it, I will use it. Mr. Speaker, but let me continue. In the 2025 budget, they told us about what they call the Teacher Dabre Initiative. In 2026, Mr. Speaker, we've not found that initiative, and they did nothing about it in 2025. Is it not deception? Mr. Speaker, they told us that they were doing 100 million coders program. In that particular budget, they failed to deliver. This year, they are repeating that promise. Mr. Speaker, they told us that they are doing what they call e-Okada. Mr. Speaker, you remember? Okada, hey. That promise was found in their budget. They did nothing about it. This year, they have said nothing about it in their budget. Mr. Speaker, they told us that they are allocating $279 million to Gold Board. Mr. Speaker, they did nothing about that, and that they are resorting to the printing of money by the central bank to finance Gold Board, which they spoke against when they were in power. Mr. Speaker, they are saying that they were going to do what we call Agriculture for Economic Transformation Program with an allocation of 1.5 billion. Mr. Speaker, they did nothing about that. This year, they have even reduced it to 800 million. This is the record, and this is what you want us to talk to. Mr. Speaker, I will continue. The Ejubawura program, they allocated $100 million to it for 10,000 jobs to be supported. They did nothing about that, and they allocated additional 100 million again for this year. Mr. Speaker, they said that they were going to do what they call the Women Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, the verdict on the Women Development Bank is out there. 51 million. You could not do that. You are now promising 104 million for Women Development Bank. This is the record you wanted to speak on. Mr. Speaker, but there is even more. There is even more. They are telling us that they want to spend some 207 million to rebase this economy. Mr. Speaker, this government seems to know where the mouth is, but they don't know where the pocket is. If you don't know where your pocket is, Mr. Speaker, that is saving. Knowing where your pocket is called saving. Knowing where your mouth is consumption. And we want this government to reorient itself to knowing where the pocket is and know where the mouth is. Because their own data shows that they spend more on consumption. And they spend less on goods and services. Mr. Speaker, you are increasing the wages and salaries of people for them to go to sit in the office and do nothing because you've not provided them with goods and services. That is the verdict of your budget. Mr. Speaker, this government has also budgeted an amount of 150 million to fight Galamsey. NIMOS has been spending our money. They are yet to even come and account to us that despite the million of cedi they have spent, and our water bodies are still polluted, and people are still bad with still beds. Mr. Speaker, they are beating people anyhow across the country. Mr. Speaker, we need this government to come and account. The 150 million is something we will not do. Mr. Speaker, something they said they were not going to budget for, and that 24-hour economy is part of the normal operation, and we shouldn't expect a budget line for 24-hour economy. They told us before this House. This year, they are allocating $110 million for that. The leader of the House said it, that we shouldn't expect a budget line. Today, there is a budget line for 24-hour economy, and they want us to believe that that money is not going to be used for consumption. Mr. Speaker, they go on and on and on with the expenditure and promises. And even at a point, I wonder whether the minister responsible for finance was actually speaking to this House. How will you mention agriculture implements and go and be mentioning digs? Mr. Speaker, the digs, he will mention the number of digs that they are going to acquire. Meanwhile, they are part of the plow. This is what we call pardon. This is what we call pardon of records. You don't pad records to look good. The record itself must speak for itself, but not any scheme to inflate your record. Mr. Speaker, there is this thing I would like to run on. The youth of Ghana has been promised jobs, which they have failed to deliver. In this budget, they are saying they are going to create 940,000 jobs due to construction work. Mr. Speaker, is that the work the good people of Ghana are looking for? Laborers, to get our people recruited as laborers. That is not the work they are looking for. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to remind the government that promises are promises. When you promise, deliver. And when you state things in your budget, deliver, so that we can have hope that 2026 you will deliver more. With these few words, I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah.
Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think this will be a convenient location for us to take the Committee on Selection report and then get back to the debate. Motion 30.
Yes. Motion numbered 13.
I think earlier on the challenge had to do with the availability of the report. I'm reliably informed there are copies on the console. I would have opposed this motion because our side is really energized to deliver and play back their report to them. What you know. So we will suspend temporarily and revert to take motion 13, after which we'll come back to the debate.
Yes. And Honourable Minority Chief Whip, I think at pre-sitting we agree on certain modalities.
Speaker, there's no issue.
Very well. Yes, motion number 13.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I write to move that motion number 13 on page 7 of today's order paper, that this Honourable House adopt the report of the Committee of Selection on the recomposition of the membership of the Standing and Select Committee of this House. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I present the committee report. Mr. Speaker, the committee, which is ably chaired by the Right Honourable Speaker, met to recompose the committees of Parliament that was done and adopted by this House on the 7th of March, 2025. Mr. Speaker, this is necessitated because after the recomposition on the 7th of March 2025, other members were subsequently appointed as deputy ministers, of which they belong to same committees that they're supposed to supervise. And as the practice of the House, we needed to recompose it so that members who are either sector ministers or deputy ministers do not get to chair or be in committees that they have direct supervision on. Mr. Speaker, also, two by-elections were held and one outstanding election. So the committee took into consideration the 3 new members of Parliament, namely the Honourable Arabna, the Member of Parliament for Abele Kumanoff, the Honourable Bernard Bedieku Bedu, Member of Parliament for Akotia, the Honourable Professor Ali Duseidu, the Member of Parliament for Tamale Central. Mr. Speaker, the committee also observed that in every 2 years, the membership of committees in Parliament should be revolving, so that members will not per se to say, I don't belong to a good committee, or this person belongs to a good committee and I don't belong to that committee. So the committee took into consideration and observed keenly that every 2 years we should be able to revolve members in various committees. So if you are in finance committee, in 2 years you will be moved to another committee. If you are in health committee, in 2 years you will be moved to the other committee. The committee, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, do submit for the consideration of this House the the reconstituted Committee of Parliament per attach the Appendix 1 and Appendix 2. Mr. Speaker, I so move and submit.
Yes, Honorable Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by the First Deputy Minority Whip, and to add that the House adopts the reports presently before us. Speaker, like the mover of the motion indicated, it's become imperative that membership on committees become rotational. Rotational because some members have raised some concerns, and the assurance we want to give them is that within the life of a parliament, they will get the opportunity to serve on other committees. And so the pressure on the whips and the committee on selection that some particular committees be featured will reduce. Speaker, also because when we took the original report, it was dictated that inadvertently a couple of members were not placed on a minimum of 2 committees. So this present work is to correct that as well. And like the mover said, it's also to accommodate freshmen and women who have entered the House so that they can effectively participate in the present consideration of the budget and its passage. So, Speaker, with these words, I second the motion. I second the motion ably moved by the First Deputy Minority Whip. I thank you for the opportunity.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, may I commend leadership, particularly the Majority Leader, for his steadfastness. The Speaker himself, this matter has been lingering on for far too long. I recall many occasions I've had a cause to raise it when business statement is presented, particularly on the grounds that we stood in defiance of Order 208. And so it was important that this matter is put to rest. I am happy the leadership the Majority Leader has shown and the blessings of the Speaker himself. I am particularly happy about the need for a rotation in the membership as time progresses. Speaker, ever since we adopted the new standing orders, these lingering concerns have become a matter that we had to deal with, and I think that we have done well so far. The appointment of some of our colleagues into the executive is also a ground for this amendment, even though it is not the main reason, it's a ground for these amendments committees. I'm sure that going forward, colleagues will relate more with the whips, and other concerns and considerations could be ironed out in the best interests of this House. On that score, I commend Mr. Speaker and leadership for bringing this matter to rest once and for all. I am grateful, and I guess on Friday, when the Majority Leader presents the business statement, I will not have a reason to ask him when and how the composition of our committee membership will be done. Speaker, I thank you, and I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, I will put the question. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think we also will just take motion number 22.
Yes, motion number 22, Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I move that motion number 22 on today's order paper be moved now. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honourable members, motion moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. Honourable members, this being a procedural motion, the question is as many as in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Now, motion numbered 23. Yes?
Speaker, with respect, you earlier reminded me of engagement, and I intend to go by that engagement. Speaker, 23 becomes consequential. However, we don't have copies of the report. The other business we have.
The copies of the report are loaded on the console.
They are on the console?
Yes.
Speaker, well, maybe, but no, but the practice has been that at least those of us in leadership will have some hard copies to complement what is on the console. So if the table office can quickly get us copies.
Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honourable House adopts the reports of the Finance Committee on the contract agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Minister of Finance, and the Ghana Revenue Authority, and through their Investment Limited, for the provision of Polycan digital inspection solution to modernize customs administration and enhance revenue mobilization. Mr. Speaker, by so doing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, the contract agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, as represented by the Minister of Finance and the Ghana Revenue Authority, and through their Investment Limited, for the provision of Publican digital inspection solution to modernize customs administration and enhance revenue mobilization, was presented to the House on Thursday, 13th November 2025, by the Honourable Minister for Finance, Dr. Kesel Atoforsen. Pursuant to Article 181 of the 1992 Constitution and Order 2226 of the Standing Orders of this House, the agreement was referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. Mr. Speaker, the committee met with the Minister of Finance, through the Minister for Finance, the Deputy Minister for Finance, and his technical team. And Mr. Speaker, we were informed that it has become necessary for the Government of Ghana to introduce a Publican digital arrangement to improve custom management and to improve revenue generation. Mr. Speaker, we were informed that even though we have an existing ICOM system, there were weaknesses that were found with the ICOM system that made it very difficult to manage the movement of cargo, particularly with respect to pre-arrival arrangements that ensures that we are able to track items that come into this country. Mr. Speaker, we were informed that in one of the cases that they monitored, a cargo that left Colombia, destined for Accra, went to Egypt. And from Egypt, the documentation were changed. So completely when the item arrived here, the description and classification that we had originally had changed. And ICOMS did not have the capacity to be able to identify and track this. So as a result, Mr. Speaker, the government has decided to sign this agreement with this publicist to make sure that we are able to get a handle on tracking those customs, the classification of customs, and the pricing in order that the revenues that are accrued to the state are at no extra. Mr. Speaker, this exercise is being done at no extra cost. The existing arrangement is that 1% of all CIF values are paid to ICOMS. So it is that 1% that will be shared between ICOMS and the new additional facility that we are looking at to enhance the revenue generation. So there is really no extra cost to the state. It is simply to use an existing cost and use that cost to share between two companies. Mr. Speaker, we are also informed that the existing operator has been consulted, and it has been agreed by the two parties that the implementation of this new arrangement will lead to a much higher revenue that they can take 1%, which is bigger for them, and so their revenue will not drop. They will still be able to make more money. Mr. Speaker, the committee, by consensus, recommend to the House to approve this agreement. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honourable members, motion move and seconder. Yes, Honourable Richard Achampong.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to the reports on the floor. Mr. Speaker, this very agreement was signed on 28th of May 2024 at a cost of $53.4 million. But when this government took over, they went for renegotiation of the numbers, and it is reduced to $44.24 million, making a savings of $9.16 million. Mr. Speaker, this is an enhanced form of tax administration if you compare this to what ICOMS is doing at the port. And this has the modern technology which will help us to improve revenue mobilization. And then it's not by revenue alone, Mr. Speaker. Like the chairman just said, sometimes even the content of the container, you must know what actually is being imported into the country. Today, we are complaining that people are selling red, they are selling other stuff in the market, and we don't know where we are getting all these things from. They come through our borders, but because of misclassifications, they will tell you this is rice, meanwhile, if you go into it, it is not rice. So if you have a technology which can help us identify the content of containers that are imported into the country, it will save our youth and will also generate more revenue. Like the chairman pointed out, if a cargo is from Mexico, looking at the nautical mass and the one from Egypt, the freight will be different. So by the end of the day, the state will lose out. So the world is evolving, new technologies are coming up, so we need to take advantage and get this solution so that to help us generate more revenue. Governance is continuum. So the past administration signed onto this agreement, but we are lucky to revise the numbers to get a better deal. And this one, we are not going to pay any money to them. A percentage will be ceded from ICOMS to the new contractor. So by the end of the day, it becomes expenditure neutral. We are not going to incur additional costs to it. So I think this is a very positive solution which will help us generate the projected revenue the minister talked about in the budget. And if we don't pass this every single day, we are losing out. So this is something we need to come together and get it passed so that we can get the needed revenue for our national development. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Habib.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the indication is that the chairman concluded by saying that the committee report was by consensus. Mr. Speaker, that part needs to be amended because it was a majority decision from the committee. So, Chairman, you need to do that amendment because it is never consensus. I have related with our ranking member, I have related with the members of the Finance Committee, so that needs to be done. And Mr. Speaker, so he should do that amendment and then we can be able to proceed.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
the report accordingly amended.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since this report is a majority decision, the contention of the minority is of the view that the job that ICOMs are doing, they could have been enhanced. Their capacity could be built so that they will be able to do exactly what the new company is coming to do. Mr. Speaker, as much as we agree with them that there is leakages at the port and that the finance minister ought to chop some kind of revenue with the leakage that is going on, it is worrying yesterday listening to the minister responsible for finance. In 5 years, about some $31 billion leakage through the port system, even though we go to IMF asking for some $3 billion. If actually the minister wants to be able to make sure that the leakages are protected, it is not the case that you have to introduce a new company. It is about increasing the capacity of the ICAMs. It is about giving them policy directives. It is about encouraging them and making sure that where you think that we need to close the gaps to be able to get that. And also the new company that you are bringing, Mrs. Speaker, what is their track record? What have they done? What have they shown to us that we've been able to do? Yesterday, I listened to them, and they were saying that they have operated in some 20 countries or so, and they mentioned those countries. But the countries that they have operated on, what is the success story? What have they been able to achieve in that? Yes, you might be operating in a company, and you might have been as bad as us. We are presuming that ICAMS is not doing much in Ghana. So I think that, Mr. Speaker, that is the reason why we in the minority, we are not in support of this, because we think that the finance ministry intention of introducing a new company. I don't know why a new company will be introduced to be able to get this revenue for us without a cost to the country. Definitely the chairman of the Finance Committee is of the view that it will come at no cost. I don't think that it will come at no cost. And even the way it will operate, AI, we are going to use digital technology to be able to make sure that these leakages are being taken care of. So, Mr. Speaker, with this words, the chairman amended it to a majority decision. We think that ICAMS can be strengthened, and we are not in agreement with this report, and we are opposing this report. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the concerns raised by our colleagues are valid, except that the minister took pains to explain some of the things that informed his decision. The minister said that in developing the proof of concept, they engaged extensively with ICOMS and the new service provider to come to a conclusion that the best way to go was to go for a service provider to augment and complement the work of ICOMS. ICOMS has several models, but the model that we are looking at is not present in the ICOMS model. And the minister said they engage them. And so it's not as if all of a sudden they are going to see a third party come there to work without their consent. They have had some extensive engagement. But, Mr. Speaker, the issue about the leakages, when you import goods into this country and you pay through your bank or other means, you first have to do what we call an import declaration form. That import declaration form is where you come to tell the people of, the government of Ghana what you are importing into the country and how much money you need, how much forex you need to pay for those goods. Out of over 81 billion of such requests, for which our banks transferred hard-earned foreign currency abroad, 31 billion of them, no goods came into the country. So what we are seeing is that our $31 billion left We were struggling to find dollars here. We had shipped $31 billion, and it's not supported by any import at all. And ICOMS doesn't have the capacity to track this and to help us manage it. So this new system is intended to complement the work of ICOMS and not to take away the work of ICOMS, so that together they can help us to mobilize the resources. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to make that clarification to my colleague.
Thank you very much, Chairman of the Committee. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Accordingly, the motion is adopted. We'll then move to the consequential resolution numbered 24 on the order paper. Yes, Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg. Deputy.
Yes. Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance was here just a short while ago. I believe he has stepped out. Mr. Speaker, I crave your indulgence if we can allow his deputy to move the consequential resolution. I've already had discussions with my colleagues on the other side.
Yes.
And they have no opposition to the Deputy Minister moving the consequential resolution.
Mr. Speaker, he knows we are not obstructionists, and we will not obstruct government business. That we will not do. But today I saw the minister in the House. We engage him. And when he gets to resolution and the minister vanishes. Resolution is a very important business, as you know.
Honourable Member, you know that for a stated reason, we have to commence the commentary on the budget out of 10. You understand? So, yes.
Mr. Speaker, today is Honorable Ampim's turn. You recall Ampim used to sit where Honorable Ado Kenneth, and that was his main objection. Every day, Ampim will be the first person to rise and object to a deputy minister moving a motion for the adoption of a report or the resolution being carried through. You see? Ampim.
Honourable members, leave is hereby granted. Deputy Minister of Finance, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that resolution captured as item number 24 on today's order paper on pages 9 and 10 be adopted now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the resolution is moved for our adoption. Any seconder?
Yes, Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, resolution moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, this is a consequential resolution, so I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the resolution, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is accordingly adopted. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we'll go back to the commentary on the budget policy statement.
Very well. It's now the turn of Honorable Felix Kwachi Ofosu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the presentation of the 2026 budget statement and economic policy of President John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, let me start by commending highly the Finance Minister for presenting what, by every account, is an inspiring budget that sets us on the path to rapid economic recovery and socio-economic development. Mr. Speaker, before I delve into specifics in the budget, there is a need to correct some misimpressions that were created in the course of the contributions by our friends on the other side. Mr. Speaker, they have sought to contest the absolutely indubitable fact that the economy that they superintended was in shambles. Mr. Speaker, that the economy we inherited from them was in shambles is a matter of public record. It is not debatable. As has often been said, Mr. Speaker, economic analysis is carried out on the basis of specific indices. There are metrics. There are things you use to measure economic performance, which are not subject to interpretation or opinion. Mr. Speaker, the economy they handed over to us was one that was in the throes of deep economic default. For the first time in the history of Ghana, a government defaulted on our debts. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in the history of Ghana, our credit ratings was at junk status. In local parlance, we call it Bola. In Mura, that was the state of our ratings. Mr. Speaker, the currency, the Ghana cedi, suffered a catastrophic collapse under the watch of our colleagues on the other side. By the time they left office, you could buy the dollar for 17 cedis in some forex bureaus in Ghana. This is not a disputable fact. Mr. Speaker, inflation at a point reached 54%, hyperinflation. You went to the market in the morning to buy an item at one price, only to return in the afternoon to find that the price had gone up. By the time they left, it was at 23%, which was exceptionally high for an economy like ours. Mr. Speaker, when they went into the IMF program, albeit in an ambulance, they committed to leaving a primary surplus of 0.5% at the end of the 2024 financial year. Mr. Speaker, we came into government and discovered that far from leaving a surplus of 0.5%, they had in fact done a primary balance of negative 3.5%. Mr. Speaker, the budget deficit was hovering around 5.7%. So there is absolutely no doubt that the economy that we inherited was in shambles and that it had been mismanaged. Our public debt had reached levels that made it impossible for them to repay. Mr. Speaker, they gave 1.3 million Ghanaian bondholders excruciating haircuts that plunged them into severe economic hardships. This is not in dispute. So it is settled beyond debate that the economy was in shambles under them. Mr. Speaker, the next issue that is not up for debate is that there has been a remarkable turnaround in the fortunes of the Ghanaian economy. The same indices that I recited, Mr. Speaker, when you look at them under us, you see remarkable recovery. Mr. Speaker, contrary to the junk status of our credit ratings, today we have come back to B-. Mr. Speaker, today, the Ghana cedi on the interbank market sells at 10.9 Ghana cedis. That's what the Bank of Ghana has reported. Even on the Forex Bureau, or at the Forex Bureau, it hovers between 11 to 11.5 cedis. Under them, it was 17 cedis. Mr. Speaker, inflation is at 8%, and the minister has given indication that they expect it to reach 6.5% by the end of this year. Mr. Speaker, the primary balance, and the reason why I stress the primary balance, is that they made it the main anchor of the IMF program. In other words, it was the most important indicator for them. They chose it. Mr. Speaker, from the negative 3.5% primary balance, the Minister of Finance set a target of a surplus of 1.5%. Mr. Speaker, he went 0.1 better and achieved 1.6% by the third quarter of this year, which has never happened in recent memory. Mr. Speaker, today, Ghanaians are seeing relief from the economic management of the John Dramani Mahama administration, because we have been able to control the cedi, or I beg your pardon, the exchange rates. For 10 consecutive times, the price of fuel has dropped. Mr. Speaker, there is record before the Economic Committee of this House that up to 4,500 different items saw price reductions because of the appreciation of the Ghana cedi. And this is relief brought to the pockets of the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the transport companies will tell you that since government began to engage them about a decade ago in the fixing of transport prices twice a year, it is under this government that the single biggest reduction in transport fares has occurred of 15%. And that is because fuel prices, which is a key determinant of transport fares, has reduced substantially. That is also not in debate. Mr. Speaker, even as I go on to correct some misimpressions, my respected friend, Dr. Gideon Boako, sought to assail the fiscal consolidation measures of the finance minister. He decried the effort of the finance minister to hold the line and ensure that the same fiscal indiscipline which led us to the crisis that the superintendent does not recur. He accuses the minister of excessive fiscal consolidation. Mr. Speaker, all that the minister has done is that he has adjusted his expenditure patterns to meet unexpected shortfalls in revenue. It is common knowledge, Mr. Speaker, that if for some reason your revenue sources suffer a hit, you adjust your expenditure. It is because they were unable to do that for 3 consecutive years under them, we recorded double-digit deficits. When revenue suffered under them, they decided to spend more. But this finance minister says no. We must turn away from that kind of reckless expenditure. So if you check page 18 of the budget, at paragraph 112, the minister makes the point that revenue underperformed by about 4.7%. That meant that the projections he had made had come short. And therefore, there was a need to change strategy to ensure that we do not overspend. So he also adjusted expenditure and cut goods and services, which is discretionary, whilst ensuring that important disbursements to statutory funds are met. Mr. Speaker, I, by virtue of being MP for Abra Sebu Kwamankese, as is the case for all my colleagues, am an ex-official member of the Abra Sebu Kwamankese District Assembly. So I know that this government has done a yeoman's job in terms of spending in the right places. Mr. Speaker, the whole of last year, the AAK District Assembly received only 298,000 Ghana cedis in common funds. 298,000 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, by the middle of this year, the same assembly had received 6.5 million Ghana cedis in common fund disbursements. Because of that, as I speak to you, the AAK District Assembly has almost completed 8 different projects, which they could not do the whole of last year. So it is not true that this finance minister is not spending. He is spending in the right places. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, the National Health Insurance Scheme reports that they have a healthy balance in their accounts, unlike the past, when a minuscule of what was due them was reimbursed by governments. Mr. Speaker, today, we do not hear noises about free senior high school because this finance minister is remitting adequate resources to them through GET Fund. Mr. Speaker, between the beginning of this year and now, about 1.3 billion Ghana cedis has been paid to senior high schools to feed Ghanaian school children. It is the reason why the noises that used to emerge over the poor quality of food or unavailability of food has subsided. So the minister is engaging in fiscal consolidation as a way to prevent the fiscal slippages that we have suffered from in the past. But he is spending in the right places. Mr. Speaker, there was also an attempt to distort what has been done under the book push agenda. It is true that the minister budgeted 13.9 billion Ghana cedis in the 2025 budget, which is roughly equivalent at the time to about $1 billion. Mr. Speaker, since then, 33 different projects have either gone far in terms of their execution, and these projects include some of the big road projects that they did not have specific dedicated funds for when they were in government, and therefore left in the lurch. As I speak to you, those projects have begun and they are ongoing. There are many more that are ongoing, but the minister has said that unlike in their time, when they used to pay mobilization to contractors before they went on site, some of whom actually squandered the money, he was not going to give anybody mobilization. As I speak to you, the minister has in excess of $900 million in his account. And he has said that any contractor who presents a certificate will be paid in 30 days, 1 month. The Deputy Minister for Roads is right here behind me, and he can corroborate what I'm saying. So it is not true that the minister is not spending under big bush. The minister is ensuring that there is value for money, and that people who actually do work are the ones that we are going to pay. Mr. Speaker, they also keep on claiming that the Bank of Ghana has printed money to finance the activities of Gold Board. Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, the Bank of Ghana has not printed a dime to give to Gold Board. What the Bank of Ghana has been, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, our friends on the other side must make up their minds on exactly what they think this government has done or not done. In one breath, they claim that the city is stable or the city has appreciated because of some gold accumulation policy that they implemented. Mr. Speaker, they forget that by the time they left office, they had accumulated close to 30 tons of gold, and yet our currency suffered its most catastrophic depreciation in recent memory. What the Bank of Ghana has done is that they take money from commercial banks who are interested in forex, give it to Gold Board to purchase gold, export it, and remit the funds thereof in hard currency, which the Bank of Ghana gives back to the very people they took money from. That is what my colleague, the Honorable Adongo, referred to as intermediation. That is what has happened. But Mr. Speaker, even as they criticize and falsely accuse the Bank of Ghana of intervening in the market, the records show that in 2024 alone, by the end of October, they had pumped $3.15 billion onto the forex market in a bid to save the Ghana cedi, and yet the Ghana cedi suffered its most catastrophic decline under them. So if merely pumping dollars onto the forex market is what causes the currency to achieve stability, they would have achieved it. We have innovated and introduced a measure that is ensuring that there is liquidity on the forex market so that when they need it for transactions, they get something to do. That is what they are failing to recognize and are peddling all manner of misleading claims against this government. But Mr. Speaker, let me make the point that if you put all the macroeconomic indices aside, the economic management of this government is touching real lives. Mr. Speaker, they were the ones who used to argue that parents could not pay between 800 Ghana cedis and 1,500 Ghana cedis as fees at senior high school level, and therefore they needed to introduce the free senior high school. Yet the same people are opposed to the fact that when senior high school graduates leave school, they have to go to tertiary institutions, and that tertiary fees are even more expensive than senior high school fees. If parents cannot pay 800 and 1,500 Ghana cedis, can they be expected to pay in excess of 3,000 Ghana cedis at tertiary level? No. So this government introduced the no fee stress policy. And Mr. Speaker, I can report that as of the end of the last academic year, 151,000 Ghanaian first year university or tertiary students had received reimbursements under the no fee stress policy. Wow. This is how prudent.
Honourable member, your time is up. Honourable members, it's now the turn of Honourable Alexander Akwesi Akwa. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to give some feedback of the budget that had been delivered to this House by the Honourable Ato Forson. Mr. Speaker, I must say that the budget was actually delivered with a lot of confidence, and it actually gave us the opportunity to also analyze the budget. For the last weekend that I was in the constituency, I met a group of young men and we went through the budget. And one suggested that the budget will be better assessed if we look at how specific it is, how measurable it is, how achievable it is, how realistic or relevant it is, and then we look at the time-bound nature of the provisions in the budget. And so at the end of the day, we want to see whether it is a smart budget or not. And Mr. Speaker, I am sad to report to this House that when we went through some of the topics in the budget, we realized that this is not a smart budget. This is not a smart budget because, as a former Deputy Minister for Health, we realized that last year, the budget made allocation for national health insurance to the tune of 10.5 billion. Everybody was happy, including the private health providers, because health insurance had not been capped like it used to be in the past. And so people were expecting that this is going to improve healthcare. The private healthcare people were going to receive their monies, and it was actually going to help generally healthcare delivery. This year, this figure has reduced to 8 billion. And then you are looking at a shortfall for 2.5 billion cedis. So you want to ask this question, that what is going to happen to the primary healthcare project that is also in this budget? This budget is asking that the government should start implementing the free primary healthcare. It is out of the same 8 billion that we are going to have the Mahama Care, 25% of it, like it used to happen in the last budget. Mr. Speaker, a lot of people are wondering whether it is the mind, whether it is the intention of this government to collapse the health insurance, just to make sure that the Mahama Care survives and it stands in the name of the President of the Republic. Mr. Speaker, this budget is asking for free primary health care. What it means is that people who are going to benefit from private health care, primary health care, will not have to use health insurance. One wonders what is going to happen to the poor who are going to use the free primary health care. The free primary health care ensures that you don't need any health insurance. This is actually going to demotivate people from renewing their health insurance. So the very poor people that you say you want to use the free primary health care to save are the very people who are going to suffer under this. Because when they have attended health care using the free primary health care program, when their health insurance is expired, they might not even remember to go and renew it. And at the time that they have to be referred to a secondary or a tertiary institution, how do they account for their bills? So the very poor people that the free primary health care is going to save are the very people who are going to be impoverished. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the budget is talking about creating page 133 of the budget, paragraph 1059. Mr. Speaker, I read. Mr. Speaker, to bridge the inequality in access to healthcare, access in our regions, across our regions, government will commence the process towards the construction of 6 new regional hospitals for the 6 newly created regions. beginning with 3 hospitals in 2026 and 2 district hospitals at Bole and Shamar. Mr. Speaker, just look at the wording. Government will commence the process towards the construction of 6 new regional hospitals. It is not the same as government is going to construct 6 new regional hospitals. It is not the same. And we want to ask, which of the regional hospitals, which of the regions are we talking about? Because under Agenda 111, the newly created regional hospitals were catered for. It went to PPA, contractors were secured, value for money from Ministry of Finance was done, but for the debt exchange, the contractors would have been working by now. And so is it the same project that they are going to continue, or they are going to abandon that process and, like it stated here, a process? Mr. Speaker, this is the same government that promised women banking. And in the last budget, it dedicated only 50 million for women banking. And when questions were asked, it was stated that this women, the 50 million, was only going to help in putting together the women banking. Yes, this year there's been an allocation for it. But if paragraph 1059 is going to stand as we are going to begin the process towards the construction of 6 new regional hospitals, then it means that we are only going to have paperwork. And if you go to the next line, it tells you we are going to begin with 3 hospitals in 2026. So if we are going to begin with 3 hospitals in 2026, why don't we state that? But to say that the 6 regional hospitals are going to have new hospitals, Mr. Speaker, this shows clearly that this budget is Sakawa budget. It's a budget that you cannot trust. It is a budget that you cannot trust.
Honorable member, will you do the needful and withdraw the word Sakawa?
I'm guided, Mr. Speaker.
Please withdraw.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the word Sakawa. But what I meant is, this is a budget that says one thing and does another. And that's another. So, which are the regions that are going to benefit from the new agenda, the new hospitals? Mr. Speaker, if you look at that same paragraph, it is stated that 2 district hospitals at Bole and Shamar are going to be constructed. Mr. Speaker, I am aware that Bole has a district hospital. Bole has a district hospital. And so why are we going to do a new hospital in Bole? Granted, it is the home of the president. It is the home of the president. And so, I mean, we can understand. But that is the difference between the ex-president Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo and the current president, His Excellency John Mahama. The Chebi Hospital is one of the oldest hospitals in Ghana. But His Excellency, the former president Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, did not build a new hospital. He only rehabilitated that hospital. He only rehabilitated that one. So we think that Bole's district hospital can be rehabilitated so that that funding can be sent to Achimota Government Hospital. Mr. Speaker, when the president was campaigning, he came to Achimota and promised the people of Achimota that he was going to give us a new hospital that is befitting of our municipality, because our hospital is over 100 years. I'm using this opportunity to remind the president that his promise to the people of Achimota is still sitting in the heads of the people of Achimota. And so the funding that is going to go to Bole, we're asking it to go to Achimota Government Hospital. Mr. Speaker, I'm also looking at the issue of district assemblies. As a deputy ranking member for the local government committee, last year a lot of money was said to have been sent to the various district assemblies, Mr. Speaker. But during the audit report hearing, where all the district assemblies came, we realized that the monies were still sitting in their accounts. And you question them and they tell you there are a lot of bottlenecks. Apparently, these monies have been logged and there's a lot of inactivity in the districts. What has been happening there, Mr. Speaker, is just cleanups, sanitation, everyday cleanups, and the monies have been sitting in their accounts. Now we are being told in this budget that the guidelines given to the various MMDAs for the last year budget.
Remember, are you talking about the audit report of 2024 or 2025?
The audit report of 2024, Mr. Speaker. But we took opportunity to find out how they had utilized the monies that have been sent to them. And majority of them confessed that their monies were sitting in their accounts. I mean, some are waiting for drawings. There are no plans for it. But apparently that was a very smart way of keeping those monies for the implementation of projects for this year. So currently you have some of them cutting sword and making ready for some projects. What it means is that monies allocated from last year were not utilized, and they are going to be pushed to this year. It means that we have had a lot of inactivity in the assembly. For a whole year, there's been nothing. There is no project. There's nothing happening in the various assemblies. My very good friend said that his constituency has had so much money. You should go and check how much money has been expended. The monies are still sitting in the accounts. They are still sitting in the accounts. Mr. Speaker, fiscal autonomy. Now, there's a letter circulating in social media, Mr. Speaker. There's a letter from the Ministry of Local Government that is directing MMDAs to contract specific companies to award them the construction of some furniture. Mr. Speaker, decentralization, what it means is we actually have to capacitate the assemblies. Why can't they find their own people? Why can't they find their own companies? The local people, local entrepreneurs, empowering them, the local entrepreneurs. But this letter is making rounds and is asking the assemblies to contract them for the construction of these furniture. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate this government. I am told that the district assemblies, the MMDs, have had their salaries increased to about 35,000. I think that one, if it is true, we have to congratulate this government. Because what it means is that the MMDAs are now going to be empowered to work. What it means is that if such huge sums of money is going to them at the end of each month as salaries, as remuneration, against the paltry 9% that was given to public sector workers, we're expecting them to work and take care of our various assemblies. Mr. Speaker, I want to end with Galamsey. Yes, I want to end with Galamsey. Before I do Galamsey, Mr. Speaker, one of the flagships for this budget is the express road that is passing through my constituency, Achimota. This weekend, I had some chiefs and people coming to me and they were asking, is it true there's going to be that road network through our constituency? I said, yes, that's what the minister said. I didn't want to sound like a prophet of doom. And so I said, this is going to make our constituency very open. But they ask, which area of Achimota is that road network going to pass? Clearly, they started doubting that project, especially when they realized that the government says it's going to do it in 3 years. The government said it's going to do it in 3 years. This is clearly a budget that cannot be trusted. Mr. Speaker, I was going to end with Galamsey. Galamsey has been a bane to all of us. And I have been one of the people pushing so much on Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, if you go to my constituency, you have the MCE boldly opening up, saying that he is taking fines.
Remember, conclude.
He is taking fines against people of Galamsey. What it means is that government in Hesika, people who have been engaged in Galamsey and have been arrested, how do you take money from them? For a government that has pushed so much money into the various assemblies, why would you be charging people?
Remember, your time is up. I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Sulemana Adama. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the budget statement has only one conclusion. And the conclusion is that Ghana's economy is breathing again. Mr. Speaker, the conclusion is that the economy is stronger, it's steadier now, and has full of promise. Mr. Speaker, the effects of this is the restoration of fiscal discipline. Mr. Speaker, our city is stabilized. Inflation is under control. And rating agencies are now convinced with our economy now. Mr. Speaker, overall, GDP is 6.3%. Primary balance surplus is 1.6%. It means that we are managing expenditure vis-à-vis the revenue that we have. Mr. Speaker, public debt compared to the total economy has reduced. So as a percentage of GDP, has reduced from 69% to 45%. This is the most significant decrease in almost 10 years. Mr. Speaker, when we were in school, when you have a policy, or when you have a program with a constant and a variable in it, Mr. Speaker, if there are changes in the output, it could only be as a result of the variable. What are the variables that we have? And what is the constant that we have? Mr. Speaker, consistently for almost 4 years, our economy pre-2025 had been characterized by falling currency depreciating, interest rates always high. Mr. Speaker, the only variable that we have for the last year has been a change in government. There's a new president, there's a new economic management team, and there's a new minister for finance. So, Mr. Speaker, I wonder when people say the changes that we are seeing now are as a result of things that we did previously. This House must be commended for the changes initiated by the Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, we were here when the Minister presented the 2025 budget. As part of the budget, there were some policy reforms that the Minister presented. One of them, the key one, Mr. Speaker, was the amendment to the Public Procurement Authority Act to include commitment authorization. Mr. Speaker, hitherto, state-owned agencies could commit the state to costs that there are no money for because the Minister for Finance wasn't aware. When this House passed this amendment and brought in commitment authorization, no state agency could do any commitment without the approval of the minister. So when you see our public debt reducing from 69% of our GDP to 45% of GDP, it did not come from the skies. It is as a result of the pulse and the hands and the eyes that the minister has. Now, when you watch the Public Accounts Committee and you see expenditures by SOEs, and you ask, for instance, a state agency like Electricity Company of Ghana, why did you spend beyond appropriation? It was because at that time, there was no eyes on them. Now we have a minister who has brought an innovation to hold these agencies responsible. Even with appropriation, you still need commitment authorization. So for those of you seeking to know why the city, the debt to GDP is now 45%, thank the minister and thank this government. Mr. Speaker, exchange rate is a function of demand and supply of forex. If you have a lot of a particular resource, prices will go down. If you have less of those resources and there's demand for it, prices will rise up. So if you don't have the forest, you wouldn't be able to manage the economy. Mr. Speaker, this House enacted the Gold Board Act. Hitherto, individuals were the ones purchasing gold and exporting them. Mr. Speaker, after the enactment of the Gold Board Act, it is now the sole responsibility of Gold Board to do exporting of gold. It brings forest into the market. When there's forest, the Gold Board will have to actually, in conjunction with the central bank, manage this forest that is in the economy. So when we have a lot of forest, a lot of foreign currency in the economy, then what the minister spoke about, managing the forest very well in order to have stabilization of the city, comes in. So it is what we see are the result of direct policies led by the Minister for Finance and the government of Ghana. So I spoke about the Gold Board. I spoke about the other policy that the minister brought in. So, Mr. Speaker, the economy is in safe hands. We are no more under autopilot. There is a pilot responsible and directing the affairs. The captain is anchored also by the finance minister. We have a sector like the agri sector, growing steadily. When you have the agri sector growing like it's growing, the 6.3% cannot be attributed to somebody's work that they did in the previous time. Mr. Speaker, oh, no, leave them. Mr. Speaker, no, you were 10. Mr. Speaker, let us watch the 2026 budget. Don't let us come here next year and say we don't know why the economy has grew like it is growing. If you check structure, if you check paragraph 836, the finance minister states, Mr. Speaker, to further strengthen expenditure discipline and improve value for money, the following operational structural reforms will be pursued. It's going to integrate GANEP with GIFMIS so that procurement will be dealt with. Mr. Speaker, the minister also states that sections 96 and 98 of the PFM will be enforced so that breaches relating to arrears accumulation and non-compliance with commitment controls will be dealt with. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, I heard a colleague talk about the fact that if you go to a lot of assemblies, the money is sitting there, but they are not utilizing them. The Minister for Finance has seen this. It's the reason why he states in paragraph 839 that he's going to implement a review of the procurement threshold. Yes, this threshold were established almost 10 years ago. So most of these entities, most of these procurement entities have a threshold. You cannot procure beyond that threshold. But because of inflation, because of city depreciation and the rest, some of these entities have contract sums exceeding their threshold. So even basic stationary classroom block, they cannot do without having a concurrent approval from the Regional Coordinating Council. The Minister for Finance has given us indications that he is going to deal with this. Mr. Speaker, apart from this, there's also value for money office to be established, so that we will go beyond just making sure that we do the right procurement, but go beyond to make sure contracts are finished at the times that they are supposed to be done. Mr. Speaker, these are far-reaching measures. So I want my friends to avail their minds that next year, when we come back here to debate and to also explain why the economy is now described as robust, the economy is described as moving in the right direction, we will know that there are policies and they are deliberate policies.
Honourable Member, your time is up. Honourable members, it's now the turn of Honourable Onyina Acheampong, Kwesi GMP. You have 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the ongoing debate on the 2026 annual budget. Mr. Speaker, whilst this budget, as presented by the Finance Minister, highlights certain strides in selected sectors, it offers little clarity and credibility regarding its overall policy direction, and more importantly, the capacity to achieve the targets that it has set for itself. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 budget highlighted that per the end of the third quarter, revenue will be 162.6 billion. We achieved 154.9 billion. That's a short of close to 8 billion Ghana cedis. Amidst this shortfall, the 2026 budget is projecting an increase in revenue of 42 billion, which is around 18.5%. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding, on top of this shortfall, we are witnessing that the Finance Minister is saying that he is going to repeal COVID-19 and some revenue handles, which in effect will lead to another revenue shortfall of 5.7 billion. Mr. Speaker, if even with all the complements of your revenue handles, you were not able to achieve your revenue target, why do you say that you are going to reduce these tax handles and you will still be able to achieve an increased budget of an extra 42 billion Ghana cedis? Which is why we are saying that this budget lacks credibility. Mr. Speaker, on top of this, Mr. Speaker, the finance manager, the finance minister, in 2025 budget promised us that he is not going to introduce any new tax handles. That was in the reading of the budget. But he came back to this house to introduce some more revenue enhancement budget areas, which included the extra 1 cedi on every gallon of fuel, the increase in the growth and sustainability levy from 1% to 3%, and other tax handles that he told us he was not going to increase any tax handles. Mr. Speaker, are we going to be ambushed like we were ambushed in the 2025 budget going forward in this 2026 budget? Is the finance minister going to come back to this house and introduce further tax handles to this house? Mr. Speaker, this cannot be tolerated. Mr. Speaker, in expenditure, he is saying that we shot by 29 billion in expenditure. Meanwhile, revenue was shot by only 8 billion. So if you shot revenue by 4.7% and you shot expenditure by 18.5% or 14%, what are you doing, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, on the subject, there has been little or no commitment to their flagship policies. Mr. Speaker, 24-hour economy, they promised 133, Formula 133, 1 job, 3 shifts, 3 people. Now, They are turning around. They said it has been thought through, and that the passport office, the DVLO office, and other institutions, civil service, are going to work 24 hours a day, 3 shifts. This is why the people of Ghana sought through it and voted massively. The youth voted massively because they thought if we employ 1 million people, it is time that we employ 3 million people. Now, the Honorable Majority Leader has been quoted to have said government is not going to put a lot of money. The emphasis on 24-hour economy is not going to be on government, but on the private sector. Even that, Mr. Speaker, even that, there has been very little commitment to this 24-hour economy.
Yes, Honourable Member, let them stop your time. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, he is obviously doing very well, and let me commend him for putting up a very good performance. I said that the 24-hour economy is going to be happening at all levels. So it is not one project for which you make one budgetary allocation. You have a coordinating center that facilitates, and then all the sectors will be performing and then enable the creation of the jobs. That was what I said. That was what I said.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
We all heard what the Majority Leader said. They've been shifting posts to and fro all the time. This is no news to us. Mr. Speaker, to put this into context, you allocate 110 million to a policy that's supposed to generate 1.7 million jobs, and then you allocate 292 million to sanitary pads. You allocate NAP 170 million, Ejumapa, Ejumawura 160 million, mini stadiums 200 million, rebasing of GDP 207 million. Does this show commitment to a policy that you promise Ghanaians to generate all this money? This does not show commitment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are not surprised. They did the same thing in NHIS when they say promise one-time premium, and when they were given the opportunity, they did nothing about the one-time premium. Mr. Speaker, Galamsey, this government is having issues in solving Galamsey because of what they did and said when they were in opposition. Kwaku Boahen was there on video telling people that in 2020 election, that in January 2021, when they vote NDC into power, January 2027, January 7th, 2021, they can go back to their sites. The Excellency, the President, 7th July 2024, in his interaction with the media, told them that he is going to grant amnesty to people who have been jailed or arrested because they have done Galamsey. He didn't say small-scale mining. He said Galamsey. He's going to grant amnesty. Mr. Speaker, it is no news that they are struggling to conquer Galamsey, because it is their own words that is trapping them. They are saying that men are trapped by their words and bulls are trapped by their horns. The bulls, the horns of NDC are trapping them. Mr. Speaker, Galamsey is affecting us. Our water bodies are being destroyed. Our forests are being depleted. We are dying slowly. They say when the last tree dies, the last man dies. Water is life. Galamsey is killing us. The Honorable Finance Minister should put more money into tackling Galamsey. This government is disappointing Ghanaians and encouraging Galamsey. Naimos were running away. Tontokrom, they are running away. They are emboldening their people to do Galamsey, because now you see that previously when they saw the military, they were running. Now they are up in arms against Galamsey, against their military, because this government will promise them is emboldening them to do Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much, and I rest my.
Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think We'll do like musical interludes. We'll take a break from the debate on the commentary on the budget statement, and then consider item number 10C. Item number 10C.
Item number
10C.
10C.
Yes, 10C.
Honourable members, presentation of papers, item number 10C. Yes.
Speaker, I thought you look your left hand, at least when the majority leader make a call.
Very well. You have the floor.
We're trying to catch your attention.
You have the floor.
Speaker, we will not obstruct.
Very well.
We will not obstruct. We are for it.
Thank you. Item number 10C.
Report of the Committee on Economy and Development on the request for the review of the investment policy and management of the Ghana Petroleum Funds in accordance with Section 31A of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815.
Honourable members, reports has been duly presented and it is for distribution to honourable members. Yes.
Right, Honourable Speaker, just to bring to your attention that the report was laid early morning by the Honourable Isaac Adongo. It wasn't? Okay.
Well, this was not done. It is all the reports in item number 10B that were laid. So we are doing the proper thing now.
I will encourage my friend. We miss him. I will encourage him to stay in the house. As you rightly corrected him. It was 10.
Honourable members,
So don't listen to me.
report has been duly laid and it is for distribution to honourable members.
We miss you. Please be on your seat.
Yes.
Minister, be on your seat.
Mr. Speaker, we'll take the procedural motion 31 for now. Chairman, procedural motion 31.
Yes, at page 14. Chairman of the committee. Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Notwithstanding the provision of Order 1041 of the Standing Orders, which requires that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given. The motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee on Economy and Development on the request for the review of the investment policy and management of the Ghana Petroleum Funds in accordance with Section 31A of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2021, Act 815, may be moved today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion moved and is seconded.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, this is a procedural motion. The question is as many as are in favour of the motion numbered 31 at page 14 of today's order paper say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Yes, Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we will now take motion number 32.
Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honourable House adopt the reports of the Committee on Economy and Development on the request for the review of the investment policy and management of Ghana Petroleum Funds in accordance with Section 31A of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815. Mr. Speaker, I do so by presenting the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, I will urge the Hansard Department to capture the report in entirety so that I can speak on the introduction, the background, object of the request, and conclude. Mr. Speaker, the request for the review of the investment policy and management of the Ghana Petroleum Funds in accordance with Section 30(1)(a) of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2021, Act 815, was presented to the House on Thursday, 13th November 2025, by the Honorable Minister for Finance, Dr. Kesa Atuban-Forson. The Honorable Speaker referred the request to the Committee on Economy and Development for consideration and report. The committee met with the Minister for Finance, Dr. Kesa Atuban-Forson, the Deputy Minister for Finance, Mr. Thomas Nyako Ampin, and officers from the Ministry of Finance to consider the referral. The Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815, was enacted to provide a framework for the collection, allocation, and management of petroleum revenue in a responsible, transparent, and accountable and sustainable manner for the benefit of the citizens of Ghana. The Act provides a robust governance framework for the efficient and optimal management of petroleum. Section 29 of the Act established an investment advisory committee to advise the Minister for the general performance, monitoring of the management of the Ghana Petroleum Funds. Section 27(2) of the Act empowers the Minister to review the range of instruments designated as qualified instruments.
Honourable Member, the Hansard has captured all the report. In conclusion.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, after careful consideration, the committee is of the opinion that the request was in right direction, as it will enable government to expand the qualified instrument to enable the state to earn more returns on the Ghana Petroleum Funds in line with Ghana long-term development objectives. The committee, by consensus, recommend to the House to adopt this report and approve the request for the review of the investment policy management of Ghana Petroleum Funds in accordance with Section 31(a) of Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2021, Act 815. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honourable members, motion move, report presented. Any seconder to the motion?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion. By so doing, I would like to make a few comments. Mr. Speaker, the Act that established the Petroleum Revenue Management, which is Act 1A5, envisioned that every 3 years, the qualified instruments should be reviewed by the Minister for Finance upon the advice of the Investment Advisory Council in order to determine whether the qualified instruments are adequate given the circumstances of the time. And it's been almost 11 to 14 years we have never reviewed the qualified instruments. And it's becoming obvious that given the kind of yield that we are getting on those investments, Mr. Speaker, over the last 14 years, we are getting a yield of about 1% a year from our revenue, oil revenue that we invest in those qualified instruments. And yet, the very instruments that we are investing in, the World Bank, the IMF, those instruments, when we are in trouble, we go to them, they give us a loan, and they charge us 5%, 6%. Meanwhile, it is the same money that we go to give them for 1%, that they come and give it to us for, and we pay for 5%, 4%. So it has become imperative that given the requirements to invest in our economy and be able to propel growth, whilst we are still keeping those sovereign funds and not touching those sovereign funds, the instruments that we are investing in should be modified in order to provide room for some investment that can be designated from certain sources that will come back to support the economy of Ghana. And so it will achieve the dual purpose of investing in our economy and making sure that we up the yield that we get from 1% to something else. And the guidance that we are getting is that something in the region of 4% plus or minus 2 is what we are looking at. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge my colleagues to support the minister by approving this request so that we can make the most out of the oil resources that are invested for basically peanuts outside of our country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Yes, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion, support the motion, and in doing so, I have a few comments. Mr. Speaker, the focus of this amendment is to improve the returns that we have on these investments. Mr. Speaker, that is agreeable. It makes sense that when you have investments, your returns, you expect or you'll be happy to have good returns. The flip side, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that as you are expecting higher returns, then you must be ready to accept higher risks. So at the committee, the assurance that was given was that then there's going to be more of guarantees from institutions to back these risks that we are exposing ourselves to. So our advice as a committee was that then we should be careful as to which institutions then we are taking these guarantees from, because if you are shifting the risks to other institutions, then it means you need to assess these institutions well. We advise that in sending these risks to other institutions, we should look to spread the risks, not load a lot of the risks on individual institutions. Comments were made about getting guarantees from banks in Ghana and possibly within the sub-region. But then we considered the fact that banks in Ghana and within the sub-region, most of them, their capital status are not that big. So therefore, it would be better to spread it across and probably even look beyond the sub-region so that the risk is well, spread across, so that in case we need to claim there's reliability that the institutions that we are transferring these risks, they have the capacity to make good of these claims. But in general, we second or support this motion. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Mensah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion ably moved by the chairman of the committee in support of the minister's request for changes to the Act 815 on the qualifying instruments for the petroleum funds of this country. Mr. Speaker, this is very important because if you look at the report, we are told that only 1% is what we are earning on these funds. Mr. Speaker, we all know the debate that has gone on about the Heritage Fund in this country, about the use of it. Why do we just put it there without being used? And I, in particular, have been here when I supported that particular amendment. Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is time that we get money from our money so that we can use the profit to invest. One area I'm very interested is that whilst other people are looking at other qualifying instruments, you quite remember that all over the world now, like the Saudi Arabia Sovereign Fund, they are now investing them in the real economy. And if you take this report, looking at an average rate of about 8 to 12% in investing in electricity companies and projects and transmission lines, I'm clear that that's the best way to go. At least if we are not even investing all in the new agenda we are setting for ourselves with this report, I believe that we can taper it with the standard ones we've been doing and start consistently investing over time. We'll be making a lot of money to support the growth of the youth in this country. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy because, when you put your money in the banks we all know don't give you good returns. But if we invest in companies that are actually generating proper sales all the time, naturally, you get more money. Recently, I was writing a paper on the compounding effect of sales instead of the compounding interest in that this world has been made to believe. And I believe that investing in the real economy as part of the qualifying instrument for this investment are key. And I'm also happy that they've also requested for other guarantees to protect it as well. And I believe that when we start earning more, the youth of this country will feel the impact, especially in job-creating opportunities where this investment will go. But I believe that in the long term, Mr. Speaker, my last point is that apart from looking at West Africa and the rest of the world, maybe it's time we also start looking at home, because there are a lot of investment opportunities in this country we should be able to take care of. Now, cocoa is doing very well. Why can't you look at cocoa companies and invest in them and get some of the money? Because if you put in 5 billion and people are getting 140 billion, why not put them in the cocoa factories and get some of the money as part of the qualifying instruments for this funds? So with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I would like to support the report, and I believe that all members will support us to change and expand the qualifying instruments for this.
Leadership.
Speaker,
yes.
If I may, I wish to yield to Honorable Jinapo.
Very well. Honorable Abu Jinapo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you indeed for the opportunity to contribute to this very important report, which, Mr. Speaker, will go to our efforts of national development. Mr. Speaker, I support the effort that is being made to broaden the investment policy and management of the Ghana Petroleum Fund in accordance with Section 31A of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, Act 815. Mr. Speaker, if you take a careful look at the report, you will see that at paragraph 5.0 at page 5, Mr. Speaker, the committee does a very excellent job on their observations, specifically on rationale for the request. And Mr. Speaker, the committee states, and I quote, that the committee noted that currently the Ghana Petroleum Fund were being invested in the following instruments, and it lists them from A to H, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that this House makes the point to the ministry and government, for that matter, that measures and policies should be put in place to ensure that we have maximization of these instruments which are being alluded to. Mr. Speaker, then paragraph 5.2, where the committee makes in-depth analysis under the caption, types of additional instruments to be issued. And there I have a little concern. Mr. Speaker, you will see that the committee observes, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, with your permission at page 7, that in response to the types of additional instruments to be issued, the minister stated that the specific instruments will be decided only after Parliament has approved the request. He, however, assured the committee that according to the advice from the Investment Advisory Committee, the proposed instruments will comply with the following criteria. And the criteria is set out from A all the way to B, Mr. Speaker. So, Speaker, I think that Parliament should continue to keep an eye on the criteria that is going to be used and the specific investment instruments which are going to be deployed by the ministry and, for that matter, government, to ensure that we maximize the additional instrument, the additional investment which will accrue to this fund. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, and finally, I also think, Mr. Speaker, respectfully, that the ministry and government should pay attention to the data we have today. And the data, Mr. Speaker, is that if you take, for example, 2024, Mr. Speaker, petroleum revenue which accrued to the government of Ghana stood at $840.7 million United States dollars. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, $840.7 million United States dollars. And Mr. Speaker, today, as we speak, we are talking about petroleum revenue of 370.34 million United States dollars. So, Speaker, that's a reduction of 56%, a reduction of 56% of our petroleum revenue receipts. And Mr. Speaker, in 2025, we have had a reduction of production of 25.9% reduction as compared to 2024. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I believe that government will have to pay attention to the upstream industry when it comes to the petroleum sector, and to put in place measures such as exploration, making exploration more, incentivizing exploration, and getting into a lot more petroleum agreements to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that ultimately our production will inch up moving forward, and which will eventually result in an increment in revenue accruing to the state, and which obviously, Mr. Speaker, as you can well imagine, will populate this fund and its management for the betterment of our country. Mr. Speaker, with these words, I support the request that is being made to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leadership. Yes, Finance Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, I presented a memo to Parliament for approval in line with Section 27(1) and 2. The Speaker, Section 27(1) of Act 815 states that the resources of the Ghana Petroleum Fund and subsequently the Ghana Petroleum World Fund shall be invested in qualifying instruments prescribed by an executive instrument. The 2 further states that the range of instruments designated as qualifying instrument shall be reviewed every 3 years or sooner by the Minister on the advice of the Investment Advisory Committee. The Speaker, since 2011, this provision has not been adhered to. As a result, our petroleum resources, as invested, is yielding only about 1% in interest. The Speaker, unfortunately, our petroleum resources have not worked hard enough for us, and we believe the time has come for us to review how we invest this instrument. Right Honourable Speaker, if you are to look at Section 39 of the same Act 815, it says that the Minister shall provide Parliament with any advice given by the Investment Advisory Committee within 7 days. The Speaker, on the 11th of November 2025, the Investment Advisory Committee advised me to take action by amending the qualifying instrument. Right Honourable Speaker, in line with Section 39, I'm compelled to come before this House and provide the advice and seek further approval. Right Honourable Speaker, if you are to look at Section 30 of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, Act 815, it goes on to say that the functions of the Investment Advisory Committee are to formulate and propose to the Minister the investment policy and management of Ghana Stabilization Fund and the Heritage Fund, and the Minister shall submit it for approval by Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't only say 7 days, but after receiving the advice in 7 days, I have to come before you. Mr. Speaker, the law is quite a strict one. If you look at Section 38, I have 48 hours only to review this and appear before you. And so, Mr. Speaker, today is the 7th day since I received the advice, and hence it's important to bring this to your notice. And Mr. Speaker, what I like about this amendment is the fact that it made certain proposals. And the proposals are as follows. They said that we recommend a 2-track approach to the amendment as follows. A, to retain the existing base of foreign investment grade sovereign instrument. So, Mr. Speaker, we are not running away from the existing base. He said retain it, but B, expressly include additional categories of assets subject to strict criteria and caps. Strict criteria and caps. And they said that we also clarify that any domestic instrument held by the Ghana Petroleum Funds does not constitute borrowings against the Petroleum Holding Fund or petroleum reserves in line with Section 5.2 of the amendment of the amended Act 815. Mr. Speaker, again, it says that this does not contradict Section 10.4, which provides that every 15 years, Parliament may review restrictions placed on the Ghana Heritage Fund and transfer accrued interest into any other funds established under the PRMA. The Speaker, it went further to say that this will be subject to explicit portfolio caps to be determined by the Investment Advisory Committee following regular, rigorous benchmark assessment. So, Mr. Speaker, even though the amendment seeks to add on, they have provided very strict criteria to make sure that, at the minimum, our petroleum funds are protected and, at the same time, yielding the necessary income to grow the fund over a period of time. In so doing, Mr. Speaker, the advice is to include the following. 1, foreign currency denominated debt instrument issued under government-approved framework to finance national energy investment in the following areas: electricity generation and natural gas processing. And B, Mr. Speaker, sovereign and multilateral energy instruments which are denominated in internationally convertible currencies and hold investment grade or equivalent ratings. And these are as follows: bonds or notes issued by or fully guaranteed by sovereign states other than the Republic of Ghana, or by multilateral or regional development or energy institutions such as the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, African Development Bank, Africa Finance Corporation, and West Africa Power Pool. And Mr. Speaker, finally, it says that participation in pooled Africa energy transitions or infrastructure funds led by Africa Continental Free Trade Area, Economic Community of West Africa States, or Africa Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, all of these are to make sure that, at the minimum, our petroleum funds will not yield only 1%, but they will be able to yield in excess of 8%. Mr. Speaker, that will mean that in future, we will be able to come here and celebrate the amount of income that our petroleum funds has been able to accrue. Mr. Speaker, today we have about 1.456 billion Ghana cedis in our petroleum funds. It is only $1 billion in our petroleum funds being invested. Unfortunately, we are yielding only 1%. Mr. Speaker, largely, the instrument we have benefited, we have invested in are largely IMF-issued bonds or World Bank-issued bonds. Mr. Speaker, 1% we believe is too small. And on the advice of the Investment Advisory Council and per the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, and before this House to provide advice and seek for your approval, Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is: as many as are in favour of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Yes, Majority Leader, before coming to you, let me take 2 minutes suspension.
Brother R.L. James O'Neill is tolling.
Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we'll take item number 25. It's a procedural motion.
Yes, Minority Chief Whip, item 25.
Speaker, in the spirit of cooperation, we are not opposed.
Chairman of the committee, item 25.
Mr. Speaker, I move that motion number 25 on today's order paper on page 10 be taken now. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honourable members, motion moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, this is a procedural motion. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, consequential motion number 26. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honourable House adopts the report of the Finance Committee on the master agreement between the Government of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the Ghana Revenue Authority and Tata Consultancy Services Limited be for professional services be moved. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I would like to present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, the master agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the Ghana Revenue Authority and Tata Consultancy Limited for professional services and the waiver of withholding tax on the income of the service provider and value-added tax on imported services amounting to 10.46 million Ghana cedis was presented to the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana by the Minister for Finance, Honourable Dr. Kesel Atoforsen, in accordance with Article 181 of the 1992 Constitution on Thursday, 30th November 2025. Mr. Speaker, I beg that Hansard may capture the entire report. Mr. Speaker, the object of this agreement is to enable the Ministry of Finance implement an integrated tax assessment system, administration system, using the services of Tata Consultancy Services. Mr. Speaker, this agreement was signed in 2024. The ministry inherited it, but at the time the ministry inherited it, the IMF, having looked at the agreement and having looked at the services that Tata Services was going to provide, had decided that it was so crucial to the implementation on the ongoing program, and therefore made it a structural benchmark Unfortunately, the implementation could not happen before the government left office and the current finance minister took over, by which time the IMF has progressed this arrangement to become a prior action for our subsequent reviews. As a result, the minister has come to us to seek approval for one, the master agreement, and two, the withholding taxes of 10.46 million, so that he can go ahead and implement the program. Mr. Speaker, the committee therefore recommends to this House to adopt the report and grant the minister the permission to proceed with this agreement. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The motion move and the report presented. Any seconder? Yes, Honourable Richard Achampong.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion and speak to the reports before us. Mr. Speaker, all of us are crying for revenue mobilization. So if there is any solution that will help us generate more revenue, I think that's the way to go. This is a new solution which will bring efficiency and help us generate more revenue for our national development. So the committee met, and the explanation they gave to us got us convinced that if you get this solution approved, it's going to enhance our revenue mobilization. They've implemented this in other jurisdictions, which has given them between 15 to 30% revenue increase. So we believe that if we're able to procure this solution, it's going to enhance our revenue generation, and we can get more resources for national development. So I think this is a very good solution that we need to approve. And then the original agreement was 53.4 million, and it was revised to 44.24 million, making a savings of 9.16 million. So I think the minister has done well by way of renegotiating the numbers for us to get value for money. So I call on my colleagues to support this report so that we'll get it done, and then the minister can move to correct more revenue for us. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Jerry Shaib.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I have been thinking that 20% exemption is humongous for a company like Tata. I think that does not provide us a level playing field against the backdrop that we know that this is a tax on account. The government is granting Tata an exemption of the withholding tax of 20%. Mr. Speaker, withholding tax is a tax on account. What it means is that it will help GRA to determine the income of the business, and the amount of monies that will be accrued will now be diverted. What would have come to Ghana if it is $10 million? And Mr. Speaker, that is huge. And this is now what we are diversifying as a result of this waiver. And Mr. Speaker, if we should go this route, and we are not very careful in providing a level playing field for Ghanaian companies, because if you are talking about Tata, it's not a small company. It's a big company. They have the wherewithal, they have the capacity, they have the resources. So this is something that I think that to a larger extent is not a bad step, but the company in perspective, the company that we are looking at, it's not a company that is now wobbling. It's a company that is already on its feet and has the resources. What are we doing to other businesses who are not in the same position to, as it were, compete with them? Mr. Speaker, I think that we should have a real look at this and see if we can still look at some amendments and maybe even the amount involved before we proceed to have a finality on this matter. Mr. Speaker, is respectfully submitted.
Yes. Yes.
Speaker.
Yeah.
Let the record reflect, and same was discussed at the committee, that it was a majority decision. It was a majority decision. And our dissenting views is premised on principle. Speaker, last year, and I'm happy my friend, the minister, is here. In his other world, he was the minority leader. And I witnessed the passion with which he spoke against exemption generally. Back and forth, this House had to pass the exemption bill into law. And even at the point when we're bringing exemptions that were related to 1D, 1F, with the intention of creating jobs, 1D, 1F concept, creating jobs, tax waiver, our friend held the red flag, and it was all over the country. I don't know what has changed. So we are opposed, and Ab initio, we have to make this point. We are opposed to this exemption, a whooping volume of 10 million being given to Tata. We are opposed. As the reasons are not far-fetched. We want to appeal to our colleagues. They should stay on principle. He had espoused this principle last year, and now he was then minority leader, now he's finance minister. One would have thought that he's empowered to ensure that his principle that he believed then will be put into force. Now he's picking and choosing. When it's about Tata, he's bringing the exemption. When it's about something else, we hear a different story. It's disappointing. Finance chairman. I see the committee chairman staring at me. And I know he agrees with me. Your world has changed. Therefore, the narrative has also changed. Very interesting. And this is truly revealing. I don't know what you'll be telling Ghanaians. That one breath, tax exemptions that were brought into this chamber by the MPP administration to create jobs for the youth. One can imagine the number of jobs that were lost to the youth at that time when about 47 tax exemptions were opposed. And you look at the road minister, he's also looking at me. What has changed? They oppose it. I feel sad. Today we are being invited to be part of an illegality, something that they spoke against.
And then you're looking at a company like Tata.
Anyway, we are opposed, and it is interesting that even the Income Tax Act 2015 itself gives the Commissioner General of GRA some powers. This application should rather be made to him. Don't bring it to this House. Especially knowing your track record, what you stood for. Speaker, we are opposed, and I urge my side. And I see very principled members on their backside. You should leave them alone. They are on their own. Go by principle. You are saying that we should oppose tax exemption. And Speaker, I recall how passionate the Honorable Atuforsen argued then. Today, what has changed? He's picking and choosing and veering off. What has changed? So, Speaker, we are opposed. Let the record reflect that the mighty minority is opposed to this tax waiver. We are opposed to this tax waiver. Which is about 20 I don't know what justification you are going to give to Ghanaians who voted for you massively based on principle. Now you are shying away from the very principle by which you were voted into office. God will judge you. Speaker, having said this, I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Finance Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the 28th of May, 2024, the Ghana Revenue Authority signed a contract between Tata and GRA. Mr. Speaker, the procurement of the ITAS project initially commenced through a competitive bidding in January 2024. The Speaker, however, this process was cancelled towards its conclusion due to a transition between Commissioner General Ami Shaddai and Commissioner General Julie Esiam. When Commissioner General Julie Esiam took office, Mr. Speaker, the new leadership of GRA awarded this contract on sole sourcing basis, even though there was a running competitive sourcing. Mr. Speaker, it did not stop there. About 1 month to the general elections, in fact, on the 4th of November 2024, an addendum was signed by Tata Consultancy Services Limited and GRA. And Commissioner General Julie Esiam signed on behalf of the GRA. Mr. Speaker, the details are as follows. It says that subject to approval provided by Parliament of Ghana, Tata Consultancy Service is entitled to 20% withholding tax exemption from 1st of January 2025 till the end date, as set out under clause 4 of the SOW. Mr. Speaker, it says that GRA shall be responsible and do all such act required for obtaining such approval from Parliament. Mr. Speaker, my principle still holds. My position on tax is unwavering. Mr. Speaker, everyone knows my views about tax exemptions. But Mr. Speaker, this is agreement that was signed by the Ghana Revenue Authority, by the previous administration, imposing an obligation on the people of Ghana. So, Mr. Speaker, the key point here is that the GRA is entitled to ensure that 20% withholding tax is given to Tata Consultancy Service. So, Mr. Speaker, I have not signed this contract. In fact, the new Commissioner General, Mr. Anthony Sapon, never signed this contract. Mr. Speaker, the only reason why I am bringing this to Parliament is that, Mr. Speaker, Tata Consultancy Service, first, is a foreign company. And before this contract should have been signed, Mr. Speaker, they should have come to Parliament under Article 1815. Mr. Speaker, they did not come to you under Article 1815 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I'm here to make sure that the right thing is done. I am cleaning your mess. That's what I'm doing. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, Mr. Speaker, this tax obligation, the Ministry of Finance cannot sit at the office and approve it. I am bringing it, Mr. Speaker, for approval because, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the wording in the addendum, it further states that the GRA shall be responsible and do all such acts required for obtaining such approvals from Parliament of Ghana and immediately notified Tata Consultancy Services of such approval. Mr. Speaker, I'm only doing my work. I'm only doing what I have been asked to do. Mr. Speaker, I thought my colleague would rather applaud me. Mr. Speaker, I did not only stop there. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what I did again. Mr. Speaker, because the process of competitive sourcing was truncated, I asked the Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority to further renegotiate the program. Mr. Speaker, in renegotiating it, this is the outcome. Mr. Speaker, accordingly, we were able to reduce the cost of software and related items from $25.3 million to $20 million, saving $5.3 million on one line alone. Mr. Speaker, I did not end there. I also negotiated downwards hardware and related items from $15 million to $13.7 million. Mr. Speaker, overall, everything put together, we saved $9 million plus for renegotiating this agreement. Mr. Speaker, the reason why I renegotiated this agreement and ensure that we implement it well, one is to be legal and stay within the remit of the law. And Mr. Speaker, most importantly, the IMF has identified the implementation of this particular ITAS software as a structural benchmark that has been turned to prior action. And so it is critical for the Republic of Ghana to implement it. Mr. Speaker, let me put on record that in spite of all the challenges around this ITAS software, it is obvious that the ITAS will provide a 360-degree view of taxpayers' obligation and interactions to enable risk-based compliance management, timely enforcement, and targeted taxpayer support. It will also integrate the domestic tax administration system with existing customs platform, Mr. Speaker, such as ICOMS. Mr. Speaker, aside that, it will also integrate with the registrar of companies so that we'll be able to know who is behind every single transaction. Mr. Speaker, the IMF has encountered this ITAS software somewhere, and they believe that it's a good software that will work for the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, and so I am here identifying that the software is good. The previous administration took the software, thought it was good. Mr. Speaker, the IMF has confirmed that the software is good. I have to implement it. But before I implement it, I have to come and clean everything else that I believe was wrong, Mr. Speaker, and that includes seeking parliamentary approval and renegotiating the rate down. Mr. Speaker, all what I've done is just to be legal and to implement the program as has been renegotiated and as we have reduced the cost by about $9 million United States dollars. Mr. Speaker, that is the reality. My position on taxes hasn't changed, Mr. Speaker, and it will never change. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Honourable members, let me reiterate the fact that it is right if you give the opportunity to leadership to speak last. After giving the opportunity to the leadership to speak, I have a difficulty looking back.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members,
Mr. Speaker,
as I am here, if the rules are breached and you are up on point of order, I know. If there is a breach of the rule and you are up on point of order, I know.
27.
Until I realize that the rules are breached and you are up on point of order, I will not. Yes, consequential resolution 27.
Mr. Speaker, we will take item 27, the consequential resolution.
Yes, Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion advertised as item 27 be taken now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
All members, motion move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, this is a consequential resolution. The question is, as many as are in favor of resolution number 27 at page 11 of today's order paper, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is accordingly adopted. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we'll go back to commentary on
28-29.
Yeah, I thought so. It has not been done. The tax waiver. The tax waiver.
No, they are all together. So I have to read resolution 30.
30.
Yes.
28-29. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we still have resolution 30 outstanding because I only moved resolution 27, and so I have to add resolution 30.
Honourable Majority Leader, I think we have to take motion number 28, 29, and then the consequential resolution number 30.
Yes, that's so.
All of them. Yes.
That's so. So let's take the...
It was one report, and so it's only the resolution that is outstanding.
Mr. Speaker, let's just take 28.
Motion number 28, Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I move that motion number 28 on today's order paper be moved now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, this is a procedural motion. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Consequential motion number 29.
Mr. Speaker, the report for the exemption was incorporated in the earlier report that we adopted. So 29 is not necessary. What we need is the consequential resolution, that is item 30.
Yes, I want the chairman to move and give this explanation. And then once it is seconded, because we have debated already, I'll put a question that will move to the consequential resolution.
Mr. Speaker, in moving the earlier resolution, the motion, we inadvertently discussed and requested this House to adopt the report of the committee with respect to the withholding tax agreement.
Chairman of the committee moved this motion and then indicated that the report has already been taken by the House.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honorable House adopt the report of the Finance Committee on the request of waiver. Mr. Speaker, I move that the motion number 29 on today's order paper be moved now. Mr. Speaker, I so move, because I've already presented the report of the committee.
Thank you very much. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I would to second the motion.
Honourable members, in view of the fact that the motion in a way has been debated and the report adopted, I will put a question. As many as are in favor of the motion number 29, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Motion number 29 is adopted. Now consequential resolution number 30. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that resolution advertised as item 30 be taken today. I so move.
Honourable members, any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second.
Honourable members, this is a consequential resolution. I will therefore put a question. As many as are in favor of the consequential resolution, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Consequential resolution number 30 at page 12 and 13 of today's order paper is accordingly adopted. Yes, Majority Leader.
We will resume the comments on the budget statement.
Very well. I will then proceed to give the floor to Honorable Tetenyanko. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, except that I can see the Finance Minister is packing his books. Mr. Finance Minister, I can see that after passing resolutions and motions, he is packing his books to leave the chamber. Sit down and listen to the commentary on your budget. Don't leave the chamber. Your deputy is not the minister. You are. Sit down and listen.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
I thought the nice suit and tie would have changed his. Or he's aspiring to be a finance minister. He's always in Zalabia.
Honorable Tetenyanko, you have the floor. Your time is 5 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to, within the next 5 minutes, comment on the 2026 budget statement and economic policy that was presented to us by the Minister for Finance, Dr. Kesel Atoba Forsin. Speaker, the theme for this statement is resetting for growth, jobs, and economic transformation. Speaker, this is a budget that responds to the realities of today, and it is anchored on the solid foundations that were built during this fiscal year. Speaker, the figures tell us that the economy is doing very well. Speaker, the figures shows that the economy is growing at 6.3%. Speaker, the figures also indicate that inflation has fallen from about 40% to 8%. Speaker, the cedi has remained stable, and it is giving confidence to the investment community. Speaker, public debt has stabilized below 50% of GDP. And that is why today, Speaker, we can assure ourselves that Ghana has met almost all the ECOWAS convergence criteria. Yeah. That is a sign of restored macroeconomic discipline. Yeah. Speaker, these gains and other indicators are the foundations for the transformational agenda outlined in this 2026 budget statement. Speaker, the government projects to raise 268.1 billion Ghana cedis to finance its many projects and ambitious programs for the next 2026. And Speaker, at the center of this budget is a commitment to jobs creation, livelihood, and inclusive growth. That is why the government is expecting to spend over 300 billion cedis for the coming year. Speaker, a big portion of this amount is channeled into capital expenditure. Speaker, this is a strategic investment that is going to see massive infrastructural development to create thousands of direct and indirect jobs for the Ghanaian people. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a job-focused budget with a real solution for the Ghanaian youth. But this budget is not only about growth, Speaker, it is about the people. And that is why the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, the Mahama Care, has come to reduce the cost of health care and to strengthen the Ghana Health Insurance Scheme. Right Honorable Speaker, the 2026 budget is bold, the budget is credible. Speaker, the budget is future-oriented. It is a budget of hope. It is a budget of opportunities. It is a budget for every Ghanaian. It is a budget for rising Ghana. For that reason, Speaker, I call on this House, I call upon all well-meaning Ghanaians, I call upon all fair-minded Ghanaians, Speaker, to support this 2026 budget and economic policy. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Honourable members, I will proceed to give the floor to Honourable Chunibua Kodia Foko. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the 2026 budget, a document that at first glance presents itself like a roadmap to economic stability of this country. But, Mr. Speaker, we cannot rely only on lofty numbers and some optimistic projections. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the budget continues to rely on intentions without clear, practical measures to secure economic transformation. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 budget does not genuinely empower our people, it does not drive innovation, and it does not develop the human capital of this country. Mr. Speaker, the minister sitting across was boastful of his government's achievements as having stabilized this economy. But, Mr. Speaker, the big question that we should be asking is what specifically has the minister or the government done to claim all this praise that is wishing for? Mr. Speaker, the recent S&P report, Standard & Poor report, that upgraded Ghana is being talked about a lot. Yes, they've upgraded Ghana to B- for the long term and B for the short term. But, Mr. Speaker, if you read the report right from the beginning, it says their upgrade is based on the fact that Ghana has benefited from our commodities, and they mentioned gold and they mentioned cocoa, that the price has been good in the international market, and based on that, we have gotten some good revenues. These revenues have built our reserves so well, and they have supported the cedi. They have supported the cedi, and by extension, the inflation that we have seen going down. So, Mr. Speaker, if indeed we have benefited from our natural resources, the commodities that are doing well in the international market, what really is our contribution to this, Mr. Speaker? Really, this is the international market that is playing in our favor. It could go to either direction at any point in time. So we shouldn't praise ourselves. Mr. Speaker, second point of this S&P upgrade, they said that in October 2024, Ghana restructured an amount of $13.1 billion US. Mr. Speaker, October 2024. And this is what has created the fiscal space that we have now. So when the minister is talking about bringing fiscal stability, this is where it started, October 2024. We restructured this and it created the fiscal space, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, now the other issue that we see going on, and we saw it in the budget, is that the minister is pushing towards short-termist approach, trying to achieve some figures in the short term, forgetting about sustainable growth. But, Mr. Speaker, what this country needs is sustainable growth, not short-term achievement for praise. And, Mr. Speaker, based on this, we have seen the minister rationing expenditure just for short-term achievements. The figures are clear. So you see major expenditure lines all lagging behind budgeted figures. Mr. Speaker, our CAPEX expenditure line, and CAPEX is what turns an economy around. This is capital expenditure. We budgeted 1.5% of GDP. How much has the minister spent so far? Just about 0.5% of GDP. Why is it so? Because the minister is looking at short-term achievement. Mr. Speaker, in a similar way, the Big Push agenda, this program that has been touted so much, you ask yourself, what has happened to it? 13 billion was allocated. How much has been committed? Less than 8 billion. Why? Because we are looking at short-term achievements. So, Mr. Speaker, the Big Push is not moving. So Ghanaians should watch out, Mr. Speaker. This year, the 2026 budget, the minister allocated 30 billion cedis towards this program. Ghanaians should watch out. If indeed the 30 billion, what level of expense is going to come from this, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I continue. If you look at our expenditure, same way, from Q1 to Q3, primary expenditure, we are behind by 13.6. If you look at other expenditures, total expenditure for ASAP Scale 3, we are behind by 15%. Mr. Speaker, one other area that we should be looking out for is growth of our GDP. Mr. Speaker, currently the economy is growing at 6.3%. The minister is projecting to grow at 4.8% for 2026. You ask yourself why. This is depressing. Why should we be projecting to grow at 4.8 when we are growing at 6.3 now? Too depressing. Mr. Speaker, I can give you 10 years of GDP growth in this country. NDC left office 2016 with 3.37%. 2017, we moved it to 8.13%. 2018, 6.20%. 2019, 6.51%. Of course, 2020 to 2023 was the COVID era. 2024, we grew the economy and handed over at 5.7%. So why is the minister projecting to grow at 4.8%, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, this economy should grow beyond 4.8%. Mr. Speaker, the economy is at a standstill. Mr. Speaker, I have some provisional figures for revenue shortfalls. This year, our revenue has had shortfalls, and this is serious for this country. If you look at our tax revenue, we are short by 8.9 billion cedis. Our domestic revenue, we are short by 6.8 billion cedis. Total revenue, we are short by 7.7 billion cedis. Mr. Speaker, I want Ghanaians to know that when you have these revenue shortfalls, what you should anticipate is that there's going to be further cuts in expenditure, and this is going to hurt this country. Beyond that, the country should be expecting some subtle introduction of taxes of a sort, because the minister is falling behind in expenditure revenue. Mr. Speaker, further, as we go on, you ask yourself, what is in for the youth of this country? Mr. Speaker, the youth of this country are disappointed. What they were promised, the 24-hour economy, the 133 formation, is never happening. There is a word dodge there. The youth of this country will be calling the Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of rhetoric on this 24-hour economy. But, Mr. Speaker, the big question I will ask before my time is up is why is the minister or the government delaying in the rollout of its major programs? Why? All major programs have delayed. This Nkukong Kitinkiti program was only launched a day prior to the budget reading. Why? Why are all the programs delaying? When the government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo promised certain programs, he went right away to work. Mr. Speaker, free SHS, we went right away to work. Planting for food and jobs, right away. One district, one factory, right away. Zongo Development Fund, right away. National identification, right away. NAPCO, right away. Infrastructure for poverty eradication, right away. Ghana Cares or Batampa program, right away. All these programs, we went right away to deliver. Why are the programs now delaying? That is the question. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, why is it that the budget that we have now is not transformative at all? It's like this budget is stuck in the past. We are running a budget that is stuck in the past. What has been the talk about innovation? No statement on innovation. No statement on digital transformation. No statement on human capital development.
Honourable Member, your time is up. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we will take questions to the ministers. The ministers are all here. We finished the commentary for the day. I think we've exhausted the list. We have not. I got a signal from the speaker that I got a signal from the speaker that the list given to him has been exhausted. Unless you have a different list.
Yes, honourable members, I had 9 from the minority and 6 from the majority. So by the 6th, if I want to go by it, taking 6, then the list is exhausted, unless I am to do otherwise.
Speaker, let me. Speaker, humbly, the minority chief whip in the morning suggested that we take 10-10 and say, oh, we have other businesses for today. So I propose that we take 6 so we can take questions, including statements. And so we submitted 6, even though he initially proposed 9. So I am being surprised that they went ahead to submit 9. It's not as if we are not capable, we are too capable. But to be able to accommodate other businesses. And ministers have been here since morning waiting for their time to answer the questions which you have filed. You have filed.
Yes, Majority Chief Whip. I think that is why the Attorney General and Minister for Justice is also here. The Minister for Fisheries is also here, so that they can respond to the questions slated for them. But honourable members, going forward, if the case is that we will not take questions and statements, we will go strictly to take comment on the debate. I think the leadership must agree.
Mr. Speaker, what the majority chief whip is saying cannot be true, because the agreement that was agreed was to do 10-10, then the 10-10 they said no, then they agree on 9. That is why the minority chief whip have given you a list of 9. And the 3 other members, that is Professor, is the Honorable Collins, and then Kenneth. They are all seated here. They know that they are ready to debate. I don't know why you should be, your budget that you have presented, you have 189 members, and you can't bring 9 to debate for the first day. No. So add the 3. We will be able to do the debate. We will still listen to the questions from the Attorney General. But we have, our members are prepared, and they are seated here, the 3 of them.
But the question is not coming from the Attorney General. It's rather the answers that are coming from the Attorney General.
Okay, the answers are coming, Mr. Speaker. So, Majority Chief Whip, you have a lot of numbers. So just get a capable 3 to add. Mr. Speaker, and these people they are not those who speak for long. You see, the number is coming down. So let's just get the 3, because we can be reducing the number. But if we do 6 today, how many are we doing tomorrow? How many are we doing the next? Let's do numbers. You have numbers, then we can be able to move, Mr. Speaker. But 6 is still not adequate. Our members are ready to debate. So let the 3 of them debate, then we can answer the questions.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable First Deputy Minority Whip is in leadership. So sometimes you shouldn't rise and react to matters this way. You can't say that what I'm saying is not true. I engaged you. I engaged your boss. We know. I told you that we can't go beyond 6 because of this other business. If you are insisting, say that we agreed on it, but now you still insist that we should take more. But don't say that what I'm saying was not discussed. We discussed it. Yes, but we are not supposed to submit 9. You are supposed to submit 6. Yes, so don't say that. So don't let it go into the record that what I'm saying is not accurate. Don't do that.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I mean, these are matters normally arranged by the whips. They organize their sides to prepare and participate in the debate. I can understand that the honorable members have prepared and would want to, but you will appreciate that we have government business. We also have, apart from the debate, we have personal business of members. You've asked a number of questions. The ministers have been here. Ordinarily, I think we should have even taken the questions before the comments on the budget. That's what we should have done. But we allowed the comment to start, and the ministers have been sitting in the whole day listening to us, and it won't be fair to them. So let's take the questions, And then I think the members, once they have prepared today, they will remain prepared till tomorrow. They will remain prepared till tomorrow. And so when we come tomorrow, we can enhance the numbers. It means that we'll have an understanding that perhaps we won't take many questions tomorrow, because we also don't want that, constant complaint that we have a backlog of questions and we're not giving room for question time and etc. So let us have the ministers answer the questions today, and then tomorrow we'll add the 3 to the list tomorrow. Now, if you want the debate to be rich, you need to give the members enough notice so that they prepare. You don't want members unprepared for debate. So I think that let's keep to the arrangement. Let the whips tomorrow try and then be firm on the numbers per day. They should have an indication how many people they want to debate for the entire period, and then let's also agree on the number of people who will be commenting each day. But for now, I plead with my colleagues on the other side that we should just have the ministers answer the questions.
Yes.
Speaker, in this House, we've often agreed to disagree. And when the majority leader is making pleadings, you don't want to disagree with him. That's fine. But for the record, early in the morning, and I was watching my respected whip, I approached him and told him we should do 10 apiece, for a reason. We are oftentimes, when it's budget time, a number of our colleagues are unable to speak to the budget. They don't get the opportunity to participate in the debate. So I thought that if we're doing 10, at least as many as members could have access, And then he mentioned that he'll get back to me. So can you recall our conclave? I brought our list to you. And then you signaled Honorable Champon that our list has been submitted. He should bring his. When he brought it, it was 6. And I recall, Speaker, you indicated to him that you have brought 6. The minority have brought 10. All they needed to do was to get a difference of 4, to be added so that it becomes 10 apiece. I don't want to be doing this, that even the number of people that will speak to the budget, we are disagreeing on it. That shouldn't be the case. It shouldn't be. So, Majority Leader, I will agree and accede to your call, except to add, just as we are attempting to agree and accede to your call, you should also make an attempt and meet so that we can meet each other midway. Now, we had programmed our colleagues 10 per day. All of them have been given prior notification. So, Leader, we won't disagree with you, except to say that if we are doing 6, a difference of 4, we could offload the 4 to some other day. We don't have a problem. So that all those who have been given notice and who have prepared adequately, they should be given the chance to speak. But on a more serious note, you have more members on your side. It's quite ironical that we are pushing for more members to comment. Yes. May I conclude?
My minority chief whip, where you are going is dangerous for you. I know, but where you are going may be dangerous for you. If you want to do it that way, you will be the very person that will complain.
I'll take a cue.
That's why we are not doing it on proportion basis. Take a cue.
I take a cue. Majority Leader, we plead that those that will outstand, so to speak, today, we find a way of accommodating them. On that score, we don't have a problem. We can go ahead and take the other business from the government side.
Very well. Honourable members, on this note, I would ask the whips to engage. Now, when they engage, they should advance their mind to whether or not we are taking questions, we are taking statements, because other government business must be taken in addition to the commentary. So if you are not taking questions, then we are clear we are not taking questions. If you are not taking statements, then we are clear we are not taking statements. So that there will be a clear roadmap for tomorrow. In the meantime, honourable members, we have scheduled questions for the Minister, the Attorney General, and then the Minister responsible for Justice. He is seated. May I humbly ask him to take the designated seats, and I will call on the questioners to pose the questions to him. So we are now on item numbered 7. Urgent questions. The first urgent question is standing in the name of Osahin Alexander Kwamina Afenyo Makin, Member of Parliament for Afutu. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 88.3. I have the authorization.
You are permitted to ask the question, so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Attorney General and Minister for Justice the basis for the administrative decision by IOCO to demand justification as a bail condition for suspects in recent times, particularly appointees of the previous government.
Yes, Attorney General and Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Article 14, Clause 4 of the Constitution, the EOCO and other law enforcement agencies are mandated to effect arrests and to release persons who have been arrested either unconditionally or upon reasonable conditions necessary to ensure that the accused persons or the suspects appear at a later date to stand trial. The justification for bail conditions, even if on an administrative basis, in the recent cases is not new, and there is no intent on the part of the EOCO and the Office of the Attorney General and Minister of Justice to impose arbitrary bail conditions on government appointees of the previous government. The grant of bail with adequate justification ensures that suspects will attend court when they are needed to stand trial. Mr. Speaker, this is my answer to the first question.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to find out from the Attorney General and Minister for Justice whether he thinks that the bail conditions currently done by IOCO, you think it's the right way that bills should be set for any Ghanaian, not necessarily people in the political class?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I have already made it abundantly clear that the Economic and Organized Crime Office and other law enforcement agencies under my ministry are not acting arbitrarily. Bail depends on the crime, the gravity of the crime. And so what we are seeing now is that the sums involved in the criminal investigations are very huge. And because they are very huge, if you set very low bail conditions in terms of the sums, the likelihood is that when the person, the suspect, escapes or is unavailable to stand trial, whatever you are able to extort in justification will not be able to offset the sum that is involved, the criminal liability that is involved. So, for instance, if you have a situation where the suspect is accused of, let's say, causing financial loss to the state in the sum of 1 billion Ghana cedis, or stealing in the sum of 31.1 million Ghana cedis, you cannot set bail terms
that are, unjustifiably low. So it is the magnitude of the offenses we are dealing with that dictates that we set bail sums that reasonably justify the crimes that have been committed or alleged to have been committed.
Any further questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Attorney General and Minister for Justice. My little reading. Bail. Conditions. Will you consider other form of conditions for granting bail to former appointees if you reasonably believe that the person will be available when needed? Because I might be wrong, but my thinking is that bail is set out in many cases so that the person can still be available, or maybe the person will not run away. After taking the passport of the person, but asking for landed property, justifiable surety.
Honorable Member, you are violating Standing Order 88.
But Mr. Speaker, so my question, will you consider other form of bail conditions rather than this current form IOCO is implementing?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The Minority Chief Whip is asking me about other forms of bail conditions. As a lawyer, I have been trained to do what is traditionally and legally acceptable before the courts of law. So bail sums, usually bail conditions are either tied to the sums of money to be justified by landed property and so on and so forth. And we haven't done anything that is out of the ordinary. We have followed strictly what is permissible under the law and then, of course, practice. So I haven't done anything out of the ordinary. I don't know what other forms of bail conditions he has in contemplation. Maybe if he has any advice that he wants to give in respect of alternative ways of doing this, I'm willing to consider them.
Yes.
Attorney General, will you review the current bail conditions imposed on people on the custody of IOCO, considering that the court have varied some of the conditions that IOCO have imposed? For example, the former boss of BOST, IOCO gave a bill of 60 million Ghana cedis. The court today reviewed it to 30 million. Will you consider reviewing the current bail condition on people who are still in the custody of IOCO when unable to meet the condition of the bill? Will you?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The Minority Chief Whip himself has used the word review. The first Deputy Speaker, the first Deputy Whip has used the word review. Usually, when the bail is set by law enforcement and the suspect feels that the bail conditions are, onerous, they go to court. That's why they hire lawyers. So the lawyers go to apply to court for a review, a review downwards, a downward adjustment of the bail conditions. And that is what has happened in the instance that you have rightly pointed out. That was what happened. The bail was set by EOCO, I think, at 60 million, with sureties to be justified. And the Human Rights Court, upon an application being made by the suspect, reviewed the bail, condition downward to 30 million. That is for the court to decide.
Yes, Honorable Nitiwul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the administrative decision by the Economic and Organized Crime Office to demand justification as a bail condition, is it a new phenomenon or it has always
existed. And if it's a new phenomenon, as the chief advisor to government, will you recommend it to be used for future crime-related issues as we go on as a country?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, remember that the EOCO is a law enforcement agency with the same powers as the police. Okay? What they are doing now is not new. It is the same thing that the police do sometimes when you are granted bail by the police on what they call police inquiry bail. So what they are doing now is not new, and I don't think that it should change, because it is a system that has been put in place to ensure that people are, available to stand trial. You can imagine a situation where the bail conditions were lax, all right, and then, people, for instance, currently, right, there are some people that we are looking for to stand trial, whose names I would not mention, who are out of the jurisdiction. So in those, they have, basically absconded, and we cannot, get them except through an extradition process. So I think that what is happening now should stay, and it is nothing out of the ordinary. In all common law jurisdictions that I know, in the United States of America, in the United Kingdom, in Australia, in Canada, in our common, law sister countries in Nigeria and so on, those are the methods well known to the law that are used to ensure that persons suspected of criminal conduct are available to stand trial.
Leadership, in view of the fact that we have 9 questions to deal with, how many supplementary questions do I take? We have 9 questions. So, leaders, get together and advise me. So I will then come to the leadership. Honorable Jerry, you have the floor.
I'll yield to my colleague Bafo.
Yes, Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable Attorney General, considering that you are also the Minister for Justice, would you say that when you wear your other hat, what suspects are currently going through, would you say that is fair and consistent with the requirements of human rights protection? Would you say that?
Yes, Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, the Economic and Organized Crime Office is one of the key law enforcement agencies under my ministry. In my capacity as Minister of Justice and Attorney General, those are 2 positions that have been merged by both the Constitution and decisions of the President. Mr. Speaker, there is nothing unjust or unfair with respect to what is happening. I am standing on firm ground in saying this, because the sums of money and the criminal enterprise that are the subject matter of the bail conditions that are being imposed have never before been seen in our country. And that is the reason why it is important that we take stringent steps to continue to do what we are doing. Because unless we do so, and unless we make it impossible for criminals to escape from the grips of the law, then it means that the criminal justice system can be undermined. And so I think that there is nothing wrong, there is nothing unjust with what is happening.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, it's just a matter of information. If I have your pleasure, I'm coming.
Honorable
87.
Deputy Minority Whip, when it is time for supplementary question, tell me the rules that I will apply to let you give information.
Mr. Speaker, this was because the Honorable Attorney General made
I believe you are holding the rules.
Mr. Speaker, I'm holding the
So
Constitution.
guide me by the rules
Mr.
under
Speaker, I'm
which
holding
you will
the
be
Constitution.
permitted.
And to the effect of...
The Deputy Minority Leader is holding the rules, so you can also guide me with the rules
Mr.
under
Speaker,
which I will permit you to give
I am
information.
looking at the Constitution and to the effect that if we come and say that the amount involved in a matter is the basis for which the bill conditions are considered. Mr. Speaker, I'm only here to let us understand that that would be just a one-sided information from the Attorney General. We need to, Mr. Speaker, we need to have everybody...
Honorable, I'm sorry to say that you are completely out of order. Honourable members, let's move to question numbered 7B, standing in the name of Mumuni Mohammed Nuruddin, Member of Parliament for Nairobi, Gambaga.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Attorney General and Minister for Justice the plans of the ministry to extradite Madam Sedinam Tamakulu, who was convicted for misappropriating funds.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, the request for the extradition of Sedina Christine Tamaklo Atienu was dispatched on 19 July 2024 through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to the Department of Justice of the United States of America for execution. Our office, that is the Office of the Attorney General, is awaiting the execution of our request to have her extradited to serve her prison sentence in Ghana. The International Cooperation Unit of the Attorney General's Department followed up on our request from the Department of Justice, the United States of the United States of America in September 2025. So if there is any impression being created that I am not taking any steps, this is the evidence that in September, that is just a month ago, I took the step of inquiring from the United States Justice Department the steps that they were taking in respect of the extradition. And they indicated that they are following their extradition procedures in executing the request, and that the fugitive would be extradited as soon as they have satisfied all the procedures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister, has there been any request for Interpol notice?
Request for... Is a notice to Interpol? Yes, Honourable Minister. Is there any request for Interpol notice?
No, Mr. Speaker, in the case of Sedina Atienu, she has been tried and convicted. She is not a fugitive from justice in the sense, in the same sense as the Honourable Kenneth Oforiata, who was a fugitive from justice, who is a fugitive from justice that we are seeking to bring back to trial. In her case, she has been tried and convicted, and all we want is for her to be extradited to serve the sentence. So there is no need for us to, serve an Interpol notice in that respect.
Any further question?
Mr. Speaker, I want to find out what was the amount involved in the case.
Please, kindly file a specific question.
Mr. Speaker, it's the same thing.
Please, look at your question and see whether it relates to anything regarding amount to enable the minister do so in coming to answer the question.
All right, right also, thank you very much. Mr. Minister, I don't have any other question. What I have is an appeal. Do whatever you can to get our
Honorable member, you are completely out of order. Resume your seat. Yes, Honorable Kingsley Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my senior for the answers he has provided. Writing to the U.S. State Department in September was a little too late, but it's better than nothing. I want to find out from you, what steps have you put in place to ensure that the extradition process takes place to the benefit of the nation? Thank you.
It flows from the answer, but I'll give the opportunity to the minister.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, once you make an extradition request, it is left to the authorities under the Mutual Legal Assistance Arrangement. The competent authorities in the United States of America are the ones who have to take the steps. The matter, we cannot do anything to quicken the process. For instance, I can't go to the US and then ask to be joined to the action to quicken the process. So it's the Justice Department that must comply with American law in extraditing her to come and serve her sentence in Ghana. So it is out of my hands. All I can do is to constantly remind them that we want her extradited to stand trial. That is all that I can do at this point in time.
Yes, Honorable Boama.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, according to follow-up, I just want to find out if beyond USA, he has information as to where the suspect or the alleged woman is currently, if the Attorney General has knowledge of the country that she is in. Thank you.
Your question should be, is the AG having an information whether the suspect is in US or in any other country?
That is so, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Or the convict?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, point of correction. She is no longer a suspect. She has been convicted. But I can confirm, without any fear of contradiction, that she's in the United States of America, and that is why we applied to the American authorities for extradition proceedings to commence.
Yes, leadership.
Mr. Speaker, please allow you to Asafwaje.
Honorable Asafwaje, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask or seek clarification from the Minister of Justice or Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, the clarification is on fugitive of law. Justice. Is that the person, such as a criminal suspect or witness, who tries to elude law enforcement or flee the jurisdiction based on law enforcement or justice. Yeah, law enforcement or justice. So when you say Sedinam is not a fugitive of justice, I am a bit not clear. So if you can clarify who a fugitive of justice is. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member, you are completely out of order. Yes, Majority Leader. You can look at the rule whether the rules allow you, instead of supplementary question, you ask for clarification. This is a house guided by rules. Yes? Honourable members, we move to question number 7C, standing in the name of Reverend John Tim Fojo. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, with deference to you, I wish to apply, with your permission, and with the authority of Reverend Tim Fojo.
Please do.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Attorney General and Minister for Justice what steps the ministry is taking to ensure expeditious prosecution of criminal narcotics cases.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, narcotic cases, like all other criminal cases, received by the Attorney General's Department are assigned to attorneys for advice and possible prosecution. The Prosecution Division has a dedicated team of attorneys for handling narcotic cases, and the numerical strength of this team in the early part of 2025 has increased from 6 to 15 attorneys to adequately cater for the increasing number of narcotic cases affected by the Narcotic Control Commission officers. The team currently handles narcotic cases within and outside Accra. The Office of the Attorney General, as part of its continuous learning and training policy for attorneys, made arrangements for the narcotic team in June 2025 to join officers from other stakeholder institutions like NACOC, Ghana Police, and Food and Drugs Authority to participate in a training that was dubbed Combating Fentanyl and International Narcotic Trafficking, which was organized by the Embassy of the United States of America in Accra. The training was to create awareness about evolving narcotic drugs and effective investigation and prosecution skills to combat their usage. The Office of the Attorney General presents cases for trial, and from then on, the courts are in charge of the progress of the case. The judiciary, together with the parties, ensure expeditious prosecution of cases, including narcotic cases. That said, the Director of Public Prosecutions, that is the DPP, has effective internal procedures to ensure that attorneys handling all criminal cases, including narcotics, work assiduously to dispose of these cases timeously. This includes remanding suspects within 48 hours of arrest and advising on narcotic cases quickly in line with protocols of the office. The Office of the Attorney General has, between the period July to September 2025, experienced delays in receiving analytical reports from the Ghana Standards Authority and Food and Drugs Authority in respect of seized items suspected to be narcotics, and this has caused unprecedented delays in proffering the appropriate charges against the suspects who were arrested within that period. The office is reliably informed by officials of the Narcotics Control Commission responsible for assisting the prosecution of narcotic cases that the impasse has been resolved, and they are working assiduously to submit recent dockets to the Office of the Attorney General for the commencement of prosecutions. Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General is in receipt, the department is in receipt of requests for a fiat from Narcotic Control Commission to enable NACOC lawyers to prosecute narcotic cases, and I am consulting other stakeholders to decide, make a decision in that regard. Granting this request would prevent submitting narcotic dockets to the Office of the Attorney General for advice and possible prosecution, and thereby reduce the delays in prosecuting narcotic cases. Additionally, having the NACOC arresting officers, investigators, and prosecutors
under one umbrella to combat the threats of that narcotic pose to national security is an ideal situation that I am hoping will achieve in the shortest possible time. Mr. Speaker, my office has been reliably informed that the NACOC has also approached the acting Chief Justice and requested for costs that will be dedicated to specifically handle narcotic cases, and the acting Chief Justice, now the Chief Justice, he was sworn in yesterday, has agreed to meet NACOC executives for further discussions in that respect. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Jerry, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The respected Attorney General, are you respectfully able to tell this House, since you took office, the number of narcotic cases that you have dealt with, that your office or the department has dealt with?
Yes, Honorable Chief Whip, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, my brother, the Honorable Shaib, knows that if he intends to elicit an answer to this question from the Honorable Attorney General, he needs to file a substantive question. No, the rules frowns on you introducing a matter that was not contained in the original question. If you want a new matter, file a substantive question.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I can abandon that question and proceed on another question.
Very well.
The respected Attorney General, do you have other means of training lawyers and the police in dealing with issues of narcotics to expedite prosecution on narcotics? Do you have any new means?
So long as your question is not limited to prosecution, it will be overruled.
Mr. Speaker, I limited it to prosecution. Mr. Speaker.
You know the rules.
Mr. Speaker.
So frame the question well.
Honorable Attorney General, please, are you able to tell this House the exact steps that the Ministry of Justice and Attorney General has taken or have taken to deal with issues of narcotics? In other words, to expedite prosecution on narcotics.
This is the exact question that has been asked. The question says, the step the ministry is taking to ensure expeditious prosecution of criminal narcotic cases, which has been answered. So, are you repeating the same question for an answer?
Mr. Speaker, honestly, I didn't get the exact answers. I listened attentively, in silence, and I thought that maybe the Attorney General will be given the opportunity.
Well, by the rules, it is not the answer you want. It's the answer that is given.
Mr. Speaker, that will be all.
Very well. Very well. Honourable members, let's move to oral questions. Question number 349, standing in the name of Professor Kingsley Nyako, Member of Parliament for Kwada. So you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the Attorney General and Minister for Justice how the ministry intends to protect the integrity of the judiciary and also exude confidence in the citizenry in our judicial system. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Office of the Attorney General, which the Honorable Member knows, is a creature of the Constitution and also part of the executive branch of government. As part of the executive branch of government, we have a distinct mandate under Article 88 of the 1992 Constitution and we are unable to directly protect the integrity of the judiciary or meddle in the affairs of the judicial arm of government. However, when the Office of the Attorney General conducts its business before the courts, the Attorney General, either by himself or through his officers, strive to uphold the integrity of the judiciary by complying with the timelines, orders, and decisions of the courts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, this is a smart answer, not giving me space to maneuver. However, per your answer and as the principal legal advisor to the government, are you suggesting that you can't even make recommendations that will positively impact the integrity of the judiciary? Thank you.
But, honourable members, as we proceed to ask supplementary questions, we should have in mind that the judiciary is an arm of government. Yes, Honourable Minister. An independent arm of government.
Right, Honourable Speaker. I was asked a question with respect to the steps I'm taking to protect the integrity of the judiciary. Now, the Honourable Member is asking me for advice on what steps can be taken to protect the integrity of the judiciary. I think that the answer to that question lies in what I said earlier, which is that the judiciary is an independent, separate but equal arm of government, and that the judiciary is capable of protecting its own integrity. It does not need the Attorney General to protect its integrity. However, the Attorney General is the chief law enforcement officer of the Republic. If there are any breaches or matters that relate to ethical or legal breaches that occur in the judiciary, it is my duty, both under law and in accordance with the ethics of my office, to take steps in order, to prosecute, investigate, and prosecute those breaches. So until those have occurred, my powers are not triggered. My mandate will be exceeded if I interfere in the affairs of the judiciary.
Any further supplementary question?
That is fair. The question was on two folds. Apart from the first one that you've answered, the second one that talks about how you can exude confidence in the citizenry was not captured within your response. Can you speak to that? Thank you.
Honourable Kizudunyaku, if the judiciary is an independent arm of government, Attorney General is part of the executives.
Speaker,
what exactly do you have in mind?
Speaker, the second part was and also exude confidence in the citizenry. So
yes, Minister.
Yeah. So we're all teachers, so we try to ask questions.
Mr. Speaker, I think I'll go back to my answer, which is that as an independent arm of government, the judiciary is capable of taking steps that will inspire confidence in the citizenry. It is not the duty of the Attorney General. Of course, I should not act in a way that undermines the integrity of the judiciary and that also lowers the confidence of the citizens in the judiciary of our country. But other than that, I think the judiciary has the power and the authority to act in a way that will inspire confidence in the citizens of this country.
Honourable members, can we move to question number 440? Standing in the name of Honourable John Dako, Member of Parliament for Swami. Yes, let me hear you, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I have the authorization of the Honourable Member, subject to your permission, if I may, under 883.
Are you sure you have his authority?
That is so. He's in Brazil at the moment.
You have the floor.
Thank
you.
Please
ask.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister, the Attorney General and Minister for Justice, the immediate measures the Office of the Attorney General is implementing to safeguard and promote fundamental human rights, particularly in response to recent reports of arbitrary arrest, prolonged pretrial detention, and alleged abuses of suspects.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Constitution of the Republic, in the context of Chapter 5, guarantees the fundamental rights of all citizens of our Republic, with specific reference to the issue raised in the question. Mr. Speaker, Article 14 of the Constitution has provided adequate safeguards for persons arrested and detained for more than the stated minimum period. Persons whose rights have been violated in this regard could invoke their rights as enshrined under the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, my office has not received any complaints about arbitrary arrests, prolonged pretrial detention, and alleged abuses of suspects. That said, law enforcement officers are not above the law, and where any such complaints are reported to my office, as the Minister of Justice, I will act swiftly to ensure that such flagrant abuses by law enforcement officers are stopped. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, there will be no supplementary question.
Thank you. Yes. Yes, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, may I know from the respected Attorney General what he means by he would act swiftly to deal with those kinds of arrest, those arbitrary arrests and the people who have been detained for longer periods? Because we have a lot of such cases pending. I want to find out from the respected Attorney General.
Pending at where?
Both at, Mr. Speaker, I know that there are institutions that he still has.
He said he has not received any such complaint. It is only upon receipt of the complaint that he will be able to act swiftly. So without a complaint, you are asking what means?
Yeah, well, but Mr. Speaker, he doesn't have to receive the complaint before I can ask him how swiftly he may be dealing with such, in case it comes before him.
Very well. Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, I don't know whether the Honourable Member did not understand the word swift, because basically what it means is that I will act quickly in order to deal with the matter. Now, Mr. Speaker, if a complaint is made or where there is a report of rampant abuses or flagrant abuses of rights, I will take steps to investigate. First, because these are agencies under my ministry, I will take steps quickly, maybe within a day, to investigate administratively. And if there's a need to raise the investigation to a criminal investigation and then to proceed to prosecute, I will do so. That is what I meant by I will take swift action in order to deal with those, a type of complaints. But of course, you are perfectly right. I do not necessarily need a complaint to be able to do that. As a public law enforcement officer, in the event that there are reported acts of abuses taking place, I am ethically and legally bound to take steps in order to investigate and prosecute. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Attorney General for answering the question. Just to let him understand that I understand the word swiftly very well. It is in this conversation that I needed him to bring to bear what he meant by swiftly, and he's done so. So there wouldn't be the need to throw jabs at
Question number 348, standing in the name of Mr. Duke Williams. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yes. Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice, I think we've exhausted your questions. I thank you very much for attending upon the House and providing answers to questions. The rest of the questions are already slated for the Minister responsible for Fisheries and Aquaculture. So the Minister has been seated for some time. I'll ask her to take the designated seat before I called on the questioner to pose the question. Minister, you are welcome. I will then refer to question number 348 and ask Mr. Duke Williams, Kwame Amwako Atta, Ufuri Atta, Member of Parliament for Fantiakwa South. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture how the ministry intends to ensure the targeted 38,604 metric tons increase in aquaculture production in 2025 is achieved, and what monitoring mechanisms are put in place to track outputs by regions. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, to achieve the targeted 38,604.32 metric tons increase in aquaculture production for 2025, the Ministry has adopted a focused and results-driven strategy built on capacity building, targeted support, and rigorous monitoring. Through collaboration with aquaculture training institutions, associations, partners, and the private sector operators, expanding the technical capacity of Ghanaians entering, we are expanding the technical capacity of Ghanaians entering the sector. Beyond training, the Ministry has made direct production enhancing interventions. Under the Youth in Aquaculture Program, 4,372 youth and women were trained and supported with 4,112 fish holding facilities. These are ponds, tanks, and cages. 3.3 million fingerlings and 34,000 bags of feed were also given across the country. With this intervention and the work of the private fish farmers' activities, and based on standard production parameters, including a 10% mortality allowance and good water conditions, the expected output from these facilities positions us to meet the 2025 target. Right Honorable Speaker, to ensure effective tracking of regional output, the Ministry maintains a nationwide monitoring system. Our regional and zonal fisheries officers undertake routine field assessments and collect verified aquaculture production data. This information is collated at the regional level and transmitted to the head office for analysis, enabling timely management decisions and targeted interventions where required. In summary, the Ministry's combined efforts, strategic capacity building, direct production support, and a structured data-driven monitoring framework provide a solid basis for achieving the aquaculture production increase set for 2025. Thank you.
Yes, any supplementary questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, there has been an uptick in tank farms in the eastern region. I asked the Minister, please, what plans you have put in place to provide logistics to the experts to support these youth? And especially, the youth require machinery for smoking and packaging. What plans does the Ministry have to help them out? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. If you paid attention to the 2026 budget that was read recently in this House, you'd realize that allocation has been made for aquaculture development. And it is sizable enough. The strategic approach is to engage youth and women in cooperatives to support that. In terms of machinery or equipment to give to them for processing, I think that's what I heard, for fish processing, and perhaps even canning. We don't have that yet. But that exercise will be best implemented with partnership with the private sector. And so we are looking into that. Thank you.
Any other questions?
No more questions, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, in view of the fact that question number 348 is similar to question number 363, may I give the floor to Honourable Rudolph Amoako Jampa to probably ask if you have as a follow-up.
Mr. Speaker, I come under Order 88.3. I have the authority by the honourable member to ask the question on his behalf. Mr. Speaker,
yes.
May I seek your
What I'm saying is that
yes, that one.
if you look at this question, 363
yes.
and 348 is similar.
Yeah.
And the answer that the minister has provided applies to this particular question. Because
yes.
if you go to look at the answers,
yes.
the minister is just making reference to the answer to question 348.
Yes.
So that is why I'm giving the opportunity if you have any supplementary question.
No, please.
Because
no,
it's the same question that has been answered.
We are going to.
So if you have a supplementary, you can ask the supplementary.
No, we are going to come under 92 to withdraw that one.
Very well.
Okay.
Very well. So
I'm doing the 361.
Then let me call the question number 361, also standing in the name of Rudolph Amoako Jampa.
Thank you, Mr.
Upper
Speaker.
Denchira West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I come under Order 88.3. I have the authority by the honourable member to ask the question on his behalf. Mr. Speaker, may I seek your leave?
Please do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture how the premise fuel automation project is addressing issue of diversion, hoarding and safety, and the solution strategy the ministry is developing to improve transparency and distribution efficiency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Right, Honourable Speaker. The premix fuel automation project is being progressively rolled out nationwide, and when fully operationalized, will help to reduce diversion, limit hoarding, and improve safety at automated outlets. The installed sites are equipped with calibrated fuel level sensors and controlled dispensing units linked to a central server, providing near real-time visibility of fuel stocks, deliveries, and transactions. Digital display screens at dispensing points ensure accurate issuance. When the full network is operational, these measures will deliver complete end-to-end transparency across the entire premix supply chain. Though diversion and hoarding have minimized, challenges persist primarily because the canoe identification card system requires updating. The ministry has therefore initiated a nationwide audit and cleanup of the CIC registry to ensure that only verified and legitimate fisher folk are aligned with the automated system. Until the process is completed, beneficiary validation continues to be supported by the oversight of chief fishermen and their secretaries. On safety, the automated sites already upgraded now feature double-walled tanks, pressure relief valves, overfill alarms, fire suppression equipment, and secure control panels, significantly reducing operational risks. These standards will be extended to all outlets as the rollout advances. Right, Honorable Speaker, the automation project is central to the Ministry's long-term strategy for a transparent, efficient, and accountable premix distribution system. As more sites come online, the system's tracking, reporting, and monitoring capabilities will strengthen further. Full operationalization, including integration with digital payment systems, will minimize cash handling risks, improve governance, and ensure timely, equitable supply based on real-time consumption data. Thank you very much.
Yes, any supplementary?
No other supplementary.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I want to find out from the Honorable Minister of Fisheries, when was the last time they updated the canoe identification card?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. As the automation project is being rolled out, we are forced to have this done on a site-by-site basis, because what we realized was that there were individuals. So to explain, the canoe identification system allows you, a fisherman is registered on the card with the number of canoes that you have, and that allows you to get premix from the automation outlet. What we are realizing is that there are some individuals who do not own canoes, who do not know how to paddle on the sea, yet they got the cards, and therefore they were getting premix and hoarding and selling at a higher price, and diverting. So we are actually in the process now, validating the CIC cards on side-by-side basis as soon as an outlet is ready. Yes, we are doing that. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I further want to find out from the Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture if they've arrested any corporates with reference to hoarding or diversions, and what the ministry has done about these corporates.
You want to find out whether somebody has been arrested? So if they have arrested somebody who is hoarding, very well, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, there has been an arrest of 2 individuals who were involved in hoarding and selling at a higher price, and the matter is before the court now. Thank you.
Yes, question number 363. Standing in the name.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
That's the question that has been withdrawn.
Yes, no. He said, I was given the opportunity that in view of the fact that the questions are similar.
Yes, yes.
Whether he has a supplementary question. The indication was that he will withdraw it when we get there. So now that we are there, I need to formally give him the opportunity to have the question withdrawn. Honorable member, with the permission from Rudolph. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I come under Order 92. May I seek your leave to withdraw the question?
Leave accordingly granted. The question hereby withdrawn as being similar to an earlier question asked. Honorable members, question time is ended. I will use the opportunity to thank the Minister for attending upon the House and answering questions. Minister, you are discharged. Honorable members, by the power vested in me by Order 56-2, and in view of the fact that we've sat in excess of 5 hours, I will then proceed to have the House adjourn. Honorable members, the House is accordingly adjourned till Wednesday, 19th October 2025. Yes, majority. Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, adjourn to midday tomorrow.
Very well.
Midday tomorrow.
Yes, the House is accordingly adjourned till Wednesday, 19th October 2025 at 12 o'clock noon.